I'd like to bring today's regular council meeting and closed sessions together for Monday, April 12th, 2021 at 1 p.m. to order. We've got an action-packed agenda today, so we better jump right in and get going. So I will, at this point, ask if there are any added items. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. The agenda was just amended, so I just want to highlight the amendments to the agenda. 6C is now being deleted, a special meeting of council. And the second closed item is going to be added at the end of the meeting under FOIP section 16, 25, and 27.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Harper, was that what you were going to speak to?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I would like to add under new business, Highway 27 at the railroad tracks, the road condition.
Okay, we'll make that 6E. Excellent. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we adopt the amended regular council meeting for Monday, April 12th, 2021 at 1 p.m.
Excellent. Any comments, questions, concerns regarding that motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, let's move right along to adoption of previous minutes. May I start with a motion? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the minutes from the March 22nd, 2021 regular council meeting be adopted as presented.
Excellent. Comments, questions, errors, omissions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That motion is carried as well. All right, let's move right into presentations and delegations. Item 3A, we have our Member of Parliament, Mr. Dreeshen here. I'll give a very, very brief introduction because everybody knows Mr. Dreeshen and appreciates the work that he's done. He's been a very big advocate for Western Canada and all of our issues, and especially the ag industry. And of course, on Saturday night, we had the celebration of ag through the Olds College. And I know Mr. Dreeshen works very, very closely with the Olds College and the rest of the ag industry, as well as all concerning issues for Western Canada. So without too much further ado, I'll ask Mr. Dreeshen to make some statements, and then we'll grill him with some questions, I think.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. And I know that I did have to jump out of question period, but since our whip is your former Member of Parliament, I hope I'll be able to get his blessing for this. But I really do want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to speak with you. This invitation is certainly appreciated. And Mayor Mike, I saw your reassuring words to the community just a few days ago, and they truly were appreciated. So thank you for that, and thank you for the whole council for working so hard for your communities and to make Olds one of the best places to live in Alberta, and certainly one of the best places to live and work in Canada. So thank you very much for that. I know that with what I had, you had wanted me to cover a few points, such as the federal budget and the one-time doubling of the gas tax. We have been proponents of that when we were in government, and getting the gas tax where it is really being used is very important to us. And of course, we don't know what the budget is going to say, but certainly that's one of the things that we have been advocating for. I'll touch later in a few remarks on the supply and distribution of vaccines. The funding for transportation in rural Canada, which was another point that you have. I'll need to get some advice from you as to what specifics you're speaking of. Again, maybe more from the ag side. I'm more a transportation with Market Roads and so on to help get products into the towns and communities. So if there are specifics to that I can bring, I'd be happy to deal with that. Of course, the carbon tax, the Supreme Court of Canada, a decision that was made. There are some interesting things that I'd like to speak about there as well. Broadband and ONET, I continue to work as hard as I possibly can to push for the proper connectivity. We are just dealing with the Rogers and Shaw acquisition, which does affect small communities. So we'll take a look at that. And of course, other items, the number of things that I think we should really touch on. And although I have a bunch of remarks, I'll try and zip through them quickly so that we can answer just what's to take place. But I guess the key part is we're a week away from the first budget that we've seen from this government in more than 2 years. And so I think that's really a critical thing that we have to be aware of. And one of the concerns that I think that we have as a political party, because again, I think part of what I've been asked is, where are we going to go? What are we going to do as things move on? And of course, campaigns are dealt with not months before, but during those campaigns, to go into specifics. But quite frankly, we believe that Canadians should be proud of their history, proud of the things that they have done. We should not be ashamed of our track record, and we sadly see a lot of that. And it's the reason why it's a concern is it's a divide and conquer type of approach, and it pits one group against another. And so, and as these things continue to get pushed in front of your face, then people are going to react. And as soon as they react, well, that's when there's a story. And so these are the concerns that we have. And a lot of the things that the federal government is talking about, they're wrapping this thing around an environmental, with an environmental lens. But of course, their environmental lens really only speaks to one item, and that is greenhouse gases. And their statement that this is a price on pollution. Those of us in agriculture and those of us that maybe took a science course or two understand that that's not really what that is about. And so I think it's important that we kind of keep that dialogue going. And again, that goes back to the other point that I made, that we should be proud of what we've accomplished and the things that we've done. There are so many examples that I could speak to just here in central Alberta of companies that have done great things on flaring. There's a company called Alberta Wellset Incinerators. It's developed a technology that replaces open flaring by burning off methane gas with no smoke, odor, visible flame, 99.9% carbon conversion efficiencies. If we could sell that technology around the world for all of the burning, the flaring that is done around the world, we'd cover Canada's emissions. I mean, that's that important. And but instead of getting credit for that, we end up having a carbon tax which competes puts us in a difficult position for competition. And so those and there's no real recognition of what we actually do. And I think it's the exporting of this Canadian ingenuity and this know-how, sending it, getting it to the US first. I think that's really where Canada can make a difference. So that's one of the things in the upcoming months that I intend to focus on, inviting everyone to embrace this exciting new era, one where we celebrate our environmental ingenuity while we're no longer shackling all of our citizens and every business with a punishing tax that stifles innovation and destroys that global competitiveness that I wanted to make. So that's the first major point that I wanted to make. Now, of course, over the next few months, my Conservatives and I have continued to press issues that are involved, that concern Albertans. And part of that is the disastrous state of our energy sector and the things that have been put in its way that makes us less competitive around the world. And that has to do with the Northern Gateway pipeline issues that we have there. We've had great support from Indigenous leaders, but it was just a political decision that shut that down. Political decisions that shut down a pipeline to the east. Now we're having that same issue happening with the U.S. With a line taking our energy products through the States back up into Canada. So this is something we really have to be concerned about. But the other aspect is, of course, the continued failure to adequately address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is preventing us from growing our economy and moving forward in our lives. And part of my involvement with the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology deals specifically with that, because since the spring, we have been the committee that has been dealing with the business side of the effects of COVID. So we were the ones looking at what was happening as far as procurement it was concerned. We saw the inequities that were associated with it. We saw how long it was taking. Quite frankly, the government bought into this argument that there wouldn't be any vaccines until sometime in 2021. So there was no real push and pressure to be able to get any further along than first quarter of 2021. And so they weren't prepared. They had caught themselves up in the CanSino commitment, and eventually the Chinese said, "Well, we're really not interested in dealing with you guys." And by that time, we were so far behind the 8 ball. So I think that's really one of the things that has really hurt us, and we've seen so many different aspects of it. And again, it goes back to that divide and conquer. I was just listening to question period just a few moments ago, and it's the same sort of thing. Well, we're doing our part, but it's up to the provinces. They're the ones that are responsible for all of this. Well, you can't deliver what you don't have, and they are the ones that are the ones responsible for it. So again, it's that divide and conquer. We know, Alberta, quite frankly, has had one of the best rollouts in the country, but that's not the mood of the people. And there are so many other frustrating things that any elected official is going to have to deal with. Some of the other parts that we've done in our industry committee, put forward some recommendations in our final report that on in the Investment Canada Act, preventing Chinese state-owned enterprises from engaging in predatory acquisitions of some of our more important businesses, including those that are in the energy sector. We've just completed a review of the impact on the aerospace sector, which is vital here in Alberta, as all across Canada. I don't think a lot of people recognize the significance of our aerospace industry. Sadly, we're if you want to go back to the COVID side, we're in a situation where the US is now with its travel up to 60% of where it was before. And we are at that 7 and 8% of where we were before. We also just had notice that the US is saying, we don't mind traveling to other places in the world, but the one place you can't go to is Canada. And the statement by the minister just a few moments ago is, well, we really don't want to approve of any travel, so that's just fine. Well, they kind of got it backwards. It's that they don't want anybody to come here because of the fear of spread and so on, as we are now higher than the US in new virus cases. So that's another aspect. The part to perhaps tie into some of the concerns on broadband and so on. We've just completed the review of the Rogers-Shaw merger agreement. We are now beginning the review, and we're going to now look at a review of government regulations and red tape. But the Shaw and Rogers agreement, there's actually 3 parts to it. One is the CRTC's approach to it. The other is the Competition Bureau. And the third is industry's discussion, and us as being part of the industry committee, we were the ones that were bringing voices together. I had actually Mayor Wood from Red Deer County had spoken, and they like OLS has been one of those groups that have said, we can't wait for what's taking place. We want the rest of the country to catch up, and this is how it should be. Hopefully, as I give those types of examples, that's going to mean a little bit more emphasis in getting the good things that are being done quickly and having the support that they require. So that's really one of the aspects of that. And again, our focus has been there, and how important connectivity is. Olds is that shining example that I've been using for years and years. And of course, the federal government's broadband fund is substantively designed to help projects like the ones in Olds, and although we kind of got off the starting block a little too early on that, but others in rural communities across Canada. That's good. That's a good news story. But the bad news is that, like a lot of the Liberal design programs, this one is disjointed. It's full of red tape, long approval timelines, and that is the reason why many groups and many communities have decided to go it alone. It is also one of the reasons why sometimes there are bids made by the three major telecoms, and they're confused as to why it is that they don't win that bids. And it has a lot to do with the fact that they're just too high. And so therefore, maybe that's where the competition is going to be. But pulling Shaw out of that picture is something that makes people nervous. They were able to purchase the lower price spectrum, and so therefore the Competition Bureau, however this is done, they will have to make decisions to make sure that there's a certain amount of competitiveness associated with that. I think finding new ways, public-private partnerships, different ideas to make this happen. I know that we've talked about in new communities, making sure there's kind of a conduit there to get to homes, so that whatever's the newest thing in Paris, it might come in there that residents might need, that there's easy access to it. So I think those are some of the key important things to consider. The pandemic, though, as I said before, it's lacking in transparency. They were slow to close our borders. We're 6 months behind other countries in securing vaccines, as I mentioned, because they just didn't believe that the rest of the world would get there, and they had shut down all of our opportunities to really to be there on time to kind of produce our own. Depends on who you want to listen to, or depends on which day. I think when I first put my notes together, it was we were 51st among countries in per capita. I saw a note said we were 55 now, but I don't know whether that was before or after I put my notes. But the point is, it's not very impressive. And they're talking about some of the primates in the Oakland Zoo in California getting its vaccines before we do. So it just shows that the rest of the world is getting their act together. But of course, hindsight is always 2020. We would have made different efforts as far as closing the borders. We know that there are flights that are coming into Canada right now, and the level of scrutiny that's associated with it is, and these are from foreign countries. It's a lot less strenuous than if you happen to be a Canadian trying to get home, and so that's another thing that is causing so much frustration, and I think it's important. So the other aspect, secure the supply of personal protective equipment, the rapid testing kits, just like the others have done. We've spent billions and billions of dollars onto with incubators and so on, that where we are using a small percentage of them. So that's a concern. That's also your tax dollars being used in ways that aren't as efficient as they should be. So we want to make sure too that our businesses, that help our businesses so that no one's left behind. We made a point and a commitment that if the government, they did have the votes, and so what we were saying is here are ways to make these programs fairer. Make them perfect, they certainly didn't, but at least to make them fairer. And on the political side is where we plan on going, and the meat on the bones that we'll present in the next while. Try to get some of these jobs back, and not just pick and choose which industries are the ones that are going to be successful. So get 1 million jobs back within a year. Secure accountability by enacting an anti-corruption law to clean up the mess in Ottawa. I can't remember, it was yesterday or earlier today, that I think it must have been today, that the Bloc voted with the Liberals to stop the inquiry of sexual abuse and in the military. So, it one more of those kinds of things where people are positioning themselves, for an election. And, I mean, we're pushing this because we know people in the military and because of the concerns that are associated with it. It's been a 3-year ongoing issue and ongoing problem. But, I guess when people are looking at where money's going to go in a budget, they must have felt like they needed to make some concessions. Unfortunately, that's really not a place where those concessions should be. Who knows? When with our study, everyone talks tough about the WE investigation and everything else, but all it takes is one of those other parties to kind of forget to vote or to vote with the Liberals, and that investigation would go away as well. And and I think that's really one of the major things we're concerned about. The other point that we have is securing mental health, getting a real action plan together for Canadian mental health. So that's one of the things that we've seen. We're out in their communities as best we can be, or certainly listening and talking on the phones and so on. And that to me is one of the really critical issues. I know that when I was on Ag Committee, that was a major plank that I kind of put forward to make sure that we deal with it in the agriculture sector. But as a former school teacher, I mean, I know how people are suffering, and the difficulties that exist there. So I think it's important to look at that. One of the other points that we have is, again, on our 5-point plan as to where we're going to go, is to make sure that our country's ready, with personal protective equipment, capacity to manufacture vaccines. We know that there are places in Calgary and Saskatoon that have that capability now. We just can't get the federal government to give them the go-ahead. And whether or not they would be using those particular vaccines or going, with a traditional flu vaccine, which we've magically managed to get rid of. But whatever those things are, I mean, if you have a plan, then it's going to work a lot better. So I think those are parts of the things. With the Liberal budget, the Parliamentary Budget Officer indicated that the deficit is expected to be $363 billion for 2021. Right now, we are debating a series of plans for one of their bills, economic bills. Most of it we can look at and say, okay, here's a pathway forward. We don't agree with all minor aspects of it, but they want carte blanche to throw another nearly 2/3 of $1 billion into a borrowing limit without any details. So I know you guys can't get away with that. So I think that's something that we really have to think about. And again, I guess part of it that I want to talk about is the carbon tax. What happened? My office is just a short ways away from the Supreme Court, so I actually went over there and did a little video while that was taking place. As soon as we heard of the result, it simply, it wasn't saying the carbon tax was right. What it simply said is that the federal government in this case had the right to be able to, the constitutional right to be able to go that way. Well, that if you read the statements by those that dissented upon it, they didn't quite feel that this was the sort of thing that you should expect from a federal government. And, so we'll see how all of that shakes down. I know that the provincial governments, they've got their hands full right now with everything else on the health side, and then we have to deal with that as well. But there is a simple way. The carbon tax, it isn't necessary for us to put it on. Australia and other places that have tried it, they have gotten rid of it. But you need to have something to backstop it, because you can't simply say, well, that's bad and not having it would be good. We have done an amazing job here in Alberta by dealing with those heavy emitters and having them work together on a plan that's going to be respected. And I think that's the key part. Not just here's a plan that you write us a check, but have create a plan that is going to be respected and is going to, and that's going to be helping your neighbor. And, you know, I mean, if you look at the carbon, you know, the trunk line that we have from, you know, the industrial heartland by Edmonton, the Agrium fertilizer and so on, all of that carbon, it comes down and it is being sequestered, and then it is being used to help produce oil that from existing wells that have a net negative as far as carbon is concerned. You know, so these are the things that we do. But as I said earlier, we kind of get into this situation where we, as soon as somebody says something nasty about us, we start apologizing, and we kind of lose that initiative. So I think it's important that we have a plan going forward that is going to illustrate that, and you know, that's really what my goals are. So I'll leave it at that. I apologize for going on, and hopefully I covered all of the topics that you had there. But I do want to come back to, and if you can give me some advice on what your thoughts are as far as this funding for transportation in rural Canada is concerned. Thank you.
Absolutely. We can give you a bit more direction on that. I think it stems from a meeting we had last week with our age-friendly group here in the town of Olds. So we'll get you a few more specifics on that, and we'll see if we can't get some directions, some answers there. But I'd like at this time to see if there's any questions from council, and take a motion to accept for information. Councillor Harper, and then Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dreeshen, for making a presentation to council. I would be pleased to present a motion right now and ask a question of Mr. Dreeshen. So I move that Mr. Dreeshen be thanked for his virtual attendance today to the April 12th regular council meeting, and providing us with some great information, by the way. And can I ask a question? So, Mr. Dreeshen, in reference to transportation, what we found from both the provincial and federal levels of government is that when they talk about providing transportation initiatives, it always goes to the large urban centers. And it seems that rural urban communities like the town of Olds are forgotten. And yet our citizens still need efforts in reference to public transportation. And I know that through Central Alberta Economic Partnership and other regional incentives, we're trying to get some form of transportation between communities at least, but there doesn't ever seem to be any funding for it. And we're now a growing community, and we're finding that seniors also need that assistance within our community. And the Sunshine Bus only goes so far.
Would you, thank you very much, Councillor Harper. Would you want me to respond to that?
Sure.
Thank you. Well, for starters, there is a lot of money that has been set aside for infrastructure. Many of the things that have been announced, though, are things that we had in the books back in 2014, 2015. So, you know, a lot of it is they've been rehashed, or some of the things were in the 2015 election platform from the current government, or the 2019 one. So it's frustrating because you know, we don't know how many projects. We talk about the project, we don't see it. The Auditor General has said that there's really no coherent rollout that we have. And I think back to, you know, when the last major economic downturn had taken place. Quite frankly, as the federal government, you know, we said we need to get this money out quickly, and the way we can do that best is to get out of the way and have the provinces and the municipalities make the major decisions on what sort of things needed to take place. And we saw a lot of initiatives then happening in our rural areas, because, you know, those jobs could be done. They could be done relatively inexpensively because nobody was working at the time. You know, so that's what I would like to see. The other I guess the other thing is just to keep all of your data together, because what I've seen, and I hope I'm accurate on this, but they were saying that there had been a bus that was going from Red Deer to Innisfail, and I can't remember whether it had moved to Bowden as well, but they were rethinking that as to whether or not it was or how effectively it was being used. So I think it's important that together that we understand just where it's going to be, make sure that we've got some real data, so that hopefully if there's another government that comes in, that we're being able to use that data in order to deal with that inter-community transfer on as far as the transportation is concerned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dreeshen. Let's go to Councillor Ryan, then Councillor Thompson, or Overwater, then Thompson, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question with regards to the carbon tax. So I agree with what you were saying with regards to that. I think we need to work with industry to help them reduce their carbon footprint rather than trying to tax everything. And what I really find is that the carbon tax, affects a lot of other groups besides just the industries that they're trying to target. So you have nonprofits that are affected by it. You have, I'm chair of the Mountain View Seniors Housing, and we have a big bill that we have through carbon tax, and yet we're providing affordable housing especially for low-income seniors. So I think that there should be some kind of a fairness brought out, and I would hope that you would champion something like that.
Thank you very much. And certainly I've had discussions with the Mountain View Housing Association and people, and fairness is the key part. But once you build a bureaucracy around collecting money, it doesn't really want to mess that up too much. And I think that's kind of part of it. But to your other point, these are trade issues as well. And I spent, a couple of years on international trade, and, we have issues as far as the US is concerned. And, but there's a lot of other places in the world as well, and it makes us uncompetitive. And so even this great technology that I speak of, it makes it so that probably somebody will steal the technology, and then they'll be the ones making the money on it because we've kept ourselves out of the competition. So that's why I think we have to look at where we're going with this. We have to get over that rhetoric that says, yes, but everybody gets all this money back. Well, if it wasn't there, you could keep it in your pocket too, and then there would be encouragement for others to do the things. Plus, you wouldn't have this big, massive bureaucracy that is there designed to, to administer it. So I agree with you, and I appreciate that. And I will say that the discussions that we've had with the Mountain View Housing have been advanced. Where that goes, I don't know. But
excellent. Thank you, Mr. Dreeshen. Okay, Councillor Overwater, then Thompson.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Dreeshen, this is both sort of federal and provincial. We have an organization, it's Southern Alberta Energy from Waste Association, which we've been trying to get off the ground for 10 plus years. There's like 50 plus municipalities that belong to this, which is anomaly in itself, because as you know, with the ICF, sometimes you can't get one municipality agreeing with the next. However, at the end of the day, landfills aren't being licensed readily, and the Southern Alberta Energy from Waste project will take off 7 million metric tons of carbon emissions out of the air. Now, we have gotten really nowhere with the federal government or with the provincial government. And I don't understand why, these two governments are not supporting this huge facility that would take that much carbon emissions out of the air. So I guess I would be asking you to bring that forward to the feds and say, like, why aren't we supporting these types of projects? Because I think once this one gets off the ground, there will be others all across Canada that will be, wanting to do the same thing. I believe there is one in Durham, Ontario already that's working and being quite successful. So it's just a statement that I wanted to bring forward to you again. I'm sure you've heard of that project. So I'll look forward to seeing if you get any further with the federal government than what our organization has.
Well, and I think, I have a quick question though. Is its major selling point carbon dioxide, or is it all of the aspects that you would expect from a from a traditional landfill? What are they pushing?
Well, I want you to push for the federal government to help support financially this project that will take waste that is, we're not going against the recyclable people. You can still recycle, but there's waste that goes into the landfill, which could go into the energy from waste project, which burns it. And like I said, it takes 7 million metric tons of carbon emissions out of the air. And I'm not really understanding why, this project isn't, sort of in the forefront when all we hear from the feds is about carbon emissions and how we're going to reduce it.
Right. Well,
I can get more information on it.
That's what I was going to ask, if you could get me that. I will say that I've at the very beginning of my career as a politician, the Plasco project was one of those as well. And so I spent a lot of time looking at it. So it's something we can talk about again. Other things too, like going through FCM or whatever, that I don't know how effective that has been or how you feel about that, but I know that whenever I talk to those groups, that I really do make a point of pushing what our local communities say to them, to kind of let them know that they're being listened to. So so that would work. And yes, give me more information. I'd appreciate that.
I will. Thank you. And it's not a Plasco situation, just so you know.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Councillor Overwater and Mr. Dreeshen. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Dreeshen, for being with us today and for a baker's dozen worth of years in service to our region. I appreciated your comments very much on the divisive nature of politics and your hope that this can be improved. And I just want to ensure that you hear from us again that jobs are ultimately very important to every Canadian, and anything you can do to continue to push for supports for our small business to keep our area, our nation competitive, and to keep us a connected nation. I would applaud all of those efforts. And again, thank you for your time today.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And of course, there will come a time, as we've more or less said, it's going to take us 10 years to dig yourself out of this hole as far as being able to balance budgets. But what we need to do is to get the real engine of productivity, which is our small businesses, back going again, and comfortable that the next time something like this happens, that the rug isn't going to be pulled out from under them, even if it's for a couple of weeks. Now, the one thing I do want to say is the small business owners that I know have done an amazing job, and the people that frequent them, there's a great appreciation. We're still right now, we've got people that like to make a point, well, I'm going to go and push the issue to see what you're going to do if I don't wear a mask. But the point is that they know that if there's a problem and an issue, that they're going to end up with, that they're going to be in a difficult situation, and it's just going to extend the time before we get ourselves back on track. And like I say, when I mentioned before that, that the US is opening up, they are now flying around the world, but the place they're told not to come in the world is Canada. It shows that that we've really dropped the ball. We know that we're going to hear, the political side, as you mentioned it. We're hearing, as I said, I was listening for the first 45 minutes on question period here today, and the government has it rolled out very well as to how great it is and the things that are happening, and we should just be so proud that we've got these guys there. But there are issues, and we have to deal with them without being overly aggressive. And sometimes I'm not very aggressive, sometimes I'm too aggressive, but usually I try to stay in the middle somewhere. But I think if we want to especially attract younger people, we can't be seen as always fighting. And, we have to look at ways of asking those that are affected, really, like young people and so on, just how do you see us moving forward as we work our way through all of this? So, but I thank you for your comments.
All right. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Mr. Dreeshen. I was wondering also, let's talk about some vaccines. And so what's the barrier of developing a vaccine in Canada, and how do we get more vaccines into Alberta? Because it seems like they get promised so many, and then all of a sudden the next week they get half of what they were promised, or a quarter what they were promised. And I think people want to take the vaccine, it's just not available. So what's going on?
Well, the first thing we have to remember is that these procurements come through the federal government, and so there are different options that they could have had, and we do have manufacturers in Canada that have the ability to produce vaccines. However, you have to be licensed by the company in order to have that happen. And in order to do that, you need to have support from your federal regulators, Health Canada, and so on. And that has been what we have been told is part of the drawback from us being able to use that plant that I mentioned in Calgary, or the one in Saskatoon. I know there's even a few in Eastern Canada that are in the same situation. So if it was a Pfizer vaccine, if you were licensed, and you knew how to do it, which these guys do know how to do it, you could be able to be distributing or producing them in different areas. That's part of the issue and part of the drawback that we haven't been able to get those approvals. The other side of it, and quite frankly, I've talked to them about this 4-month interval. I was always told to read and follow label instructions, and the label instructions are 21 days and 28 days for that second dose. Mm-hmm. This is simply so that they can say, well, this is better than nothing, and and look what we've done. And I'm not, and so, in my role in this committee, I have to do a lot of reading, and that is, they're saying, yes, you're right, that can do it, but they're not saying what is going to happen if you extend it, to the 120 days versus the 28 days, how it is going to respond. And the reason is they can't, because there's been no research on that. Everybody was doing those things that they were supposed to be doing. So I would love for us to be able to end up with 4 or 5 HERCs coming in with a whole bunch of vaccines, and them saying, good, now let's go back to the 21 days and the 28 days, what it was that they were expecting. But I'll tell you, I have situations where people are saying, we've had our vaccines in the US, we've had 2 Pfizer shots and so on, we're coming across the border, we proudly stand there as a proud Canadian saying, not only did I have this negative test, but I have this. And they're saying, well, that's fine, but you're going to have to quarantine, and you're going to have to do this, and you're going to have to do that. And believe me, having those discussions with people, they do not have a very positive view of the way in which we're managing things.
No, and I'll tend to agree with you there. We are a G7 country, and if we're ranked number 55 in vaccine rollout, that is a tragedy of monumental proportions. And why the media is not screaming from the hilltops and holding this federal government to account is beyond me. So yeah. I appreciate your time today, Mr. Dreeshen. If you have trouble with the whip, have them give me a call.
Okay.
We'll look forward to having you back our next scheduled time, and good luck with all the lobbying efforts you have. You have some monumental tasks out there to take care of for us here in our region and Didsbury, or sorry, Red Deer, Mountain View. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, folks. Take care, everyone.
We have a motion on the table, so unless there's any questions, comments, concerns with the motion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you again, Mr. Dreeshen.
Thank you. I know.
All righty, let's move along in the agenda to item 3B, Emergency Management Agency, CAO.
Your worship, and we have a presentation on the latest update for ICP. As you know, it was just activated a few weeks ago. We have Jennifer Lutz here, who is the acting director of our emergency management team at this point in time. And a few things have certainly happened over the past few weeks, so this is an important update. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jennifer. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. So yes, our ICP Incident Command Post was reactivated on April 6th. It was actually just shy of a week ago, but it feels like weeks with what's been happening. And I just wanted to, we haven't touched base since March, and we didn't want to be back here, but we are back here for everybody watching, council, the public watching, and staff. We definitely appreciate and understand the COVID fatigue. And we know this is very difficult on small business, healthcare workers, people who've had cases, people who've been personally impacted, teachers, parents, kids. And as your local government, we definitely get it. And we are doing the very best we can to support people. Sean, do you have my presentation?
He's nodding his head yes.
Okay, sorry, there we go. So with that, I hate to show you numbers because I know everybody's sick of numbers, but in this case, the numbers are important. So we actually, in the agenda package, we just even updated numbers because we are in that exponential growth stage. And the easiest way to define exponential growth is it's not 2 + 2 anymore, +2, it's 2 × 2 × 2 × 2. And our information is mirroring the provinces, and we're definitely getting lots of cases in our area. So we can go to the next slide. So we reactivated on the 6th. That was mainly to just enhance that communication coordination and ensure that specific span of control, or that nobody's getting too much put on their plate so you can be more effective. So for olds, we get 2 numbers. We get the geospatial number and then the regional status number, and it's usually 1 difference. But the last I looked, we have 46 cases in olds, 50 cases in Mountain View. And you can see that trend just spiking and going up. We have 7 Town of Olds staff isolating currently, and I just got an update that it was 8 on Sunday and now it's 6 today. So that number is going up and down. So, you know, local businesses, including ourselves, have to think about resourcing, and we'll have a bit more of an update on that. The first slide had a little bit on the variant. We do know we have a variant strain in our community. We're doing the best to provide information on what to do with variants. But as Dr. Henshaw said, you can just about expect that the variant strain has taken over now, and that's what we're dealing with in our area as well. Sorry, Sean, jumping around here. So the next slide. Information officer has been extremely busy and doing the best to keep up. It's hard to prioritize messages coming out all the time, and pushing too much information out at once. So we do kind of prioritize. We are a little slow at getting some patio information out, not to not to businesses, but to the public. So if you've got any feedback on what needs to go up, we're happy to work with the council on that. We have our liaison officer engaged with actually expanding the amount of businesses that she's talking to, and we've looped in the local 5 pharmacies and seen how we can support them in the vaccination rollout. Safety Officer Deb Rogers, she's been pretty busy overseeing all of staff's state safety. And we are introducing the rapid asymptomatic screening for Old Spire, RCMP, and our frontline staff. This won't be a program available to the public. We can't do that, but we can definitely offer advice to any businesses that want to sign up for this program. It's free. It's available to employers to help reduce the spread of COVID in workplaces. And it is for pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic cases. It's a nasal swab. The results are in 15 minutes. And participation in our staff, it's 100% voluntary. So if it's something that you think you'd like to do and part of our staff, that's what we're offering. It was announced on the weekend that the Premier said there's a ton of different tests out there available. So, you know, again, if a business is listening or and want to participate in that program, we'd be happy to help you not reinvent the wheel and help you with that application. Next slide, please. So in our public works, we don't expect any service level disruptions. Some people are being moved around and some of the more routine tasks might be postponed just to cover staff that are off. Municipal enforcement have been working really close with RCMP and HS, and mostly it's been quite quiet, and they're finding that people are adhering to public health measures, which is great. Our ESS team, Emergency Social Services, they did investigate a larger scale vaccination opportunity. We're trying to be proactive on that, and with 5 pharmacies offering vaccinations, it was deemed that we have enough capacity. You know, you can get it in Olds. There's the larger scale centers available. Our closest one would be Red Deer. So, and we do have vaccination information on our website. Fire has suspended in-person training, but their staffing is at full capacity. And the facilities have been really up and down understanding the new public health measures, but with the Sportsplex, there's really no changes, and the Aquatic Center, it's minimal changes. And there might be some questions after the presentation. If you want more information, Doug could probably step in. Next slide, please. Our planning people have been very busy making sure that we support local businesses that are interested in patios. So we prioritize this as important to deal with, and they're on it right away. As of 11 a.m. this morning, our planning and development people have been in communication with 8 local restaurants to add temporary, permanent, or for those that want to modify their existing patio space. So definitely trying to help those folks out. Next slide, please. And personally, I just want to thank businesses that are trying to be innovative and work with these numbers. Again, we're all tired of it, understand that, but really appreciate the ones that are trying to do their best to try something a bit innovative. So thanks for that. And my final slide is with logistics, the provincial PPE supply is still good, and we're good that way. And we started with the ICP, we track all time and resources associated with the incident command post. So with that, I can take any questions, or we can get the section chiefs to answer questions as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lutz, for your presentation. I'd just like to extend and discuss a little bit with council a couple of ideas. I think that the restaurant industry and the local gyms have been most hardest hit now with an extended lockdown. I'd like to float a couple ideas with council to perhaps see if we couldn't do a town hall Zoom meeting with restaurant and gym owners over the next little bit. And I have presented this morning a little bit with Michael Merritt, an idea for perhaps a grant program to help out some of these hardest hit industries. So I'd like to maybe discuss that a little bit further on in in our spring budget adjustment topic and see if we can't find some innovative ways to. I know the patio situation is rolled out very, very well, and thank you to the administration and staff that have fast tracked that initiative, and kudos to the Alberta Gaming and Liquor people and the people at AHS who've worked really, really hard to loosen some restrictions on patios to allow some of these restaurants to get some sort of sit-down service, albeit outdoors. Not the best time of year in Alberta to have that, though. So we need to look at it a little bit more. I hope council will have an open ear for that. So at this point, I would take a motion to accept the report for information and entertain some questions. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council accept the emergency management's presentation on COVID-19 as for information. And I do have a comment.
Yes.
That I'd like to make. I think that our citizens that are listening in today should be aware that on our webpage, we do have a COVID-19 tab, which gives updates, as well as it also gives the provincial government COVID link. So if anybody wants to get any information, it is there for people to go ahead and have a view. And thank you, Mrs. Lutz, for your presentation and for our staff that are working so diligently to try and keep each other and our community safe.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Blatz. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too want to thank Mrs. Lutz for her presentation, and to all of our staff for following through with the AHS regulations. I do have a question, and possibly it might have to come from Director Wagstaff, but I was just wondering what minimal changes are we seeing at the Aquatic Center?
Well, one of the things we were gearing up for and taking bookings on group lessons, that's had to be put off further down to the future until some changes again are announced where that will be allowable. So that was one of the minor changes. We hadn't implemented it yet, but we were gearing up for it. The other piece to it is it's not what we were offering, just how we were offering it, and having to shift so that we can't share the pool, whereas we were sharing the pool before. So families are still able to come in and take their family for a swim, but we're limited to the amount of quadrants we're able to do. We're not able to do that anymore. We have to rent the entire facility. So it's still able to do it. That's why it's only a moderate change.
Excellent. Follow up, Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, just to follow up just for explanation. So then a family would have to rent the whole pool then? And in that case, are we limiting to a certain amount of time so that we can get more people to come in and out?
The time slot is still the same time slot. One of the things that we have been doing, you may not have noticed, but the public that are users of the pool would have noticed, we added Sundays. Totally added that time for families and able to do rentals. So still able to accommodate them. We want them to be able to have that time that they can go in there and enjoy the pool. But there will only be single families at a time versus where we were able to quadrant out the pool previously.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Wagstaff. Any further questions for the emergency people? Yes, Mr. Merritt.
Mr. Mayor, you raised the issue in regards to having a Zoom meeting with impacted businesses of the latest changes that took place, as well as to possibly having a grant program available to them. Just one item I'd like to cover is that a grant program should be simple to administer, not very costly, and I think Mr. Dreeshen spoke about that. Secondly, we would need to know what the target group is specifically. Is it just those two groups that have been impacted by the latest closures? And third, we do need to have some kind of general budget target to have. And why I mentioned the Zoom meeting, would it be beneficial to have the Zoom meeting first and then get ideas from those impacted as opposed to us coming up with something? So I just would like to get some direction from council. This is not a decision, but a direction about what administration may want to proceed on.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with the idea of holding that, that town hall, phone call / town hall, whatever we want to call it, just to hear from some of these business owners and what direction they think we could help most. So I have Councillor Overwater, then Councillor Thompson.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if this is the right place to bring this up or not, but however, with more and more outdoor patios, I'm just wondering if, you know, our main street uptown, I believe the speed limit is 50. And I'm just wondering if somewhere along the line, even beyond COVID and whatever, if we could entertain the idea of reducing that speed limit to 30. I know myself, I have sat outside at one of the restaurants down there, and you know, if they're doing 50, they're doing 60, and it's not a pleasant experience. And I don't really believe that they need to be traveling that fast down on that street anyway. There's people that jaywalk. Sure, they shouldn't, but they do. And I'm just wondering if council would entertain a further discussion on reducing that speed limit down there.
Excellent. Excellent idea. Councillor Overwater, one of the other discussion points that came out about the sidewalk cafe or the sidewalk patios and things like that was, will this reduce parking? And some of the other businesses in the Uptown core have expressed concern about that too. So that should all be all part and parcel of this talk over the next little bit that we have to figure out some quick measures to help some of these businesses out. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Your Worship. I agree council should show leadership in this area in support of business, and we should be involved in the conversation. I'm wondering if what work's being done at the Economic Secretariat, are they discussing it, and do they have any recommendations, or are these programs that we're dreaming up on the fly?
I'm not sure if Mr. Wright is with us today. Is he there?
We'll see Mr. Wright on the, I can assure you the Economic Development Secretariat has been on top of almost everything in regards to dealing with businesses on this. The recent announcement is less than a week old in regards to the changes. So this is just something that the mayor and myself and a few administration people have talked about over the last, I'm going to say last 2 days. I think it was Saturday or Sunday, I can't recall, that this discussion started. I do see Mr. Wright, so I'll ask him to speak further in general to your question, Councillor Thompson.
Mr. Wright?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Very good. Yes, I'm out walking and talking on the street with some of our business core people, and some of the questions we came up with were, what's the cost to do some of the patios? And the range seems to be from $4,500 to $7,500 for a patio installation. We have walked and talked on site with some of the other impacted businesses about, is there any impacts on parking and any safety concerns and issues like that. And we have had an updated meeting this morning with our Chamber of Commerce folks on what we can do to support the businesses in transition. And I personally went out and I shot all the photos for Jen this morning and checked out the different patios variations that are out there right now. And we also talked to Kyle and asked for an overview with details on what was possible and who had contacted him. So there's quite a bit of work going on behind the scenes, whether it's on the weekend, through the week, doesn't matter. And we're getting on with it, okay? The supply chain support for some of these patios for equipment or railings or just baseboards, I'm told, are in short supply in some cases. And those are some of the other bits and pieces that we've written in to Jennifer and everybody else, okay?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I think I have Councillor Ryan first, then Harper, and then Bennett.
Thank you, Your Worship. In response to what Councillor Everwater had mentioned about the 30 kilometers, it would be interesting to see if we could have a chat with, or at least get a comments from the Uptown Olds group, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, to see what their feeling is. I mean, they have all have businesses downtown in the Uptown area, and perhaps they would have a comment with whether or not that's a great idea, or if they would be opposed to something like that. But I would like to hear from them before we actually instituted something.
Absolutely. Maybe we can loop them in on the town hall.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Great idea. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. I have Councillor Harper, then Bennett, then Blatz.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And I think it's a wonderful idea that we have a town hall type meeting, not just for our business community, but for all of our citizens who want to provide input into helping out our business community. And I want to congratulate our planning department and our administration and Larry Wright, who heads up the Secretariat, for doing a very fast process for our restaurant community for implementing some very innovative ideas for patios. So I want to congratulate them on expediting that process.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Harper. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too would like to express my thanks to the Secretariat and all the groups uptown and the Chamber for all putting in great ideas to get businesses back on track again. And so I guess I'm looking forward to this town hall very much. And perhaps those businesses that say there are negatives to maybe parking, perhaps it's possible that if there are patios, there are going to be people, and therefore those people could be your customers having a walk down the street. I think that when you have people anywhere downtown, there's more interest in taking a look through the shops. And I think of that as a positive rather than a negative. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this town hall very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I too am looking forward to a town hall meeting. I did attend the Olds College event on Friday night, and there was over 1,000 people registered for that. So I think we could easily do something similar and get our citizens and our businesses particularly involved. And I too want to commend the Secretariat on the work that they've been trying to do in working with the Uptown Olds and the Chamber committees. And I believe tomorrow evening we do have a Chamber meeting, and some of this information could be provided as well to the Chamber and to bring forward, and maybe we can do some brainstorming there and see what the feedback is and bring it back. So I think that we're going in a positive, the most positive direction we can at this time.
All things considered, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's truly just unfortunate, but it is the reality that we have at this time.
All right, unless there's anything else, we do have a motion on the table, so I will call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lutz, for the update, and we look forward to our next meeting, and hopefully we have better news at that point in time. Thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of presentations and delegations. Is there any business arising out of minutes or any unfinished business? Sorry, everybody's jumping around on my screen, so I'm scanning a little bit here. I don't think I see any hands, so we'll move along. That brings us to our public hearing and bylaws number 5A. Mr. Merritt, would you like to say anything before I go into my spiel to keep it legal?
Yes, thank you so much, Your Worship. I just want to say that while we're dealing with one public hearing in regards to bylaw 2021-02, I know people will want to comment on bylaw 2021-04 as well. and there's no public hearing for that, and there's not a requirement, but I do hope that people, and I do know that some people will want to speak to both, and they should be given that opportunity, I believe. So with that,
Yes.
I think you can commence the public hearing.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Merritt. And yes, I mean, this is an all-encompassing issue, even though there are two separate bylaws that are affected by this. So we'll use the public hearing forum to hear from our residents with regards to both issues at this time. So, before we get started, please, if you would like to speak through the public hearing process, please send an email right now to legislative@olds.ca. That's our legislative clerk. So legislative@olds.ca. legislative@olds.ca. And our legislative clerk will get everybody organized as to whether you're in favor or opposed or affected. And we want to make sure that we hear from all residents who want to speak on the issue. All right, so at this point in time, I'd like to talk about pecuniary interest and for municipal councillors. Section 172 of the MGA says that you may not take part in a discussion or decision-making on any matter in which you have a pecuniary interest. The legislation attempts to ensure that you are not discriminated either for or against by virtue of your membership on council. So if you do have a pecuniary interest, you are to disclose that you have an interest and its general nature. You are to abstain from any discussion on the matter and from voting, and you are to leave the room until the matter has been dealt with. And you should make sure that your absentation is recorded in the minutes. You are not to be discriminated against and are entitled to participate in the public hearing as a member of the public. So I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2021-02 open. So would the development officer care to make an opening statement on the proposed bylaw? And I see we have Ms. Wright from PSPC or PS from our legislative body. Ms. Wright.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a presentation that I prepared. Am I able to share my screen?
I believe you are, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Fox is shaking his head up and down.
Okay, so hopefully everyone is seeing the presentation on their screen now. Okay, so the purpose of today's public hearing is for bylaw 2021-02, and this is to add the used chicken coop to the land use bylaw. So bylaw 2021-02 will add a new use as well as development standards for chicken coops, but it is strictly for the development of the chicken coop itself. It does not deal with the keeping of chickens or the number of chickens or other things that are contained with the community standards bylaw. So we will only be dealing with the land use bylaw for the purpose of bylaw 2021-02. So in the fall of 2020, a community survey was completed to get the community's feedback on the keeping of urban hens in Olds. Following the review of the results, council did direct administration to prepare an amendment to the land use bylaw to address chicken coops. So the new use definition that is being proposed means a fully enclosed weatherproof structure and attached outdoor enclosure used for the keeping of urban hens that is no larger than 10 square meters or 107 square feet in floor area and no more than 2 meters or 6.56 feet in height. So defining a chicken coop as a separate use from any other accessory building allows them to be treated differently by including development provisions that are specific to the use. As well, including the maximum allowable size in the definition means that no variance can be granted for that size. So bylaw 2021-02 also establishes the Municipal Planning Commission as a development authority for the use, meaning that they will have the authority to approve or deny the application. In addition, the MPC will have no ability to grant variances for any of the development standards that have been proposed for a chicken coop. So this is intended to ensure that all of the approved chicken coops within Olds adhere to the development standards that council has included in the land use bylaw. In addition, chicken coops will only be approved on lots containing either a detached dwelling or a duplex. It will be added as a discretionary use in the low density R1, general residential R2, general residential narrow lot R2N, the medium density R3, the country residential R5 and country residential R5A, the direct control 2 district, and the direct control 3 district, and direct control 5 district, and urban reserve. So it will be included as discretionary use in all of those districts. However, it would only be permitted on a lot that contains a detached dwelling or a duplex. Chicken coops will also be limited to 1 per parcel. They cannot be placed within the front yard of a parcel, and they do require a 1 meter setback from any side or rear parcel boundary. And they cannot be closer to a street than a principal building, so that would apply to corner lots. And they will also be included in the maximum allowable area provisions for accessory buildings. So where there has been a maximum allowable area defined for a residential district or within the parcel coverage. So they will be included in those calculations. A development permit for a chicken coop will require a valid urban hen license that is issued under the community standards bylaw. So that is to ensure that there is communication between the 2 licensing and permitting processes. And after a chicken coop has been approved, it can be moved to another area on the same parcel as long as it continues to meet the required yards and setbacks that have been set out. So applications for a chicken coop may be referred to adjacent landowners for comment before a decision is made. A decision of the MPC on a development permit for a chicken coop, because it is discretionary use, it can be appealed by both the applicant or any other affected parties, which would include adjacent landowners. And that would be appealed to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. The notice of decision on an application will also appear in a newspaper. So public input so far. So the public hearing was advertised in the March 23rd, March 30th, and April 6th editions of the Albertan. The notice of the public hearing and the proposed bylaw were also posted to the town's website for review. At the time of submitting the report for council, 3 written responses were received from the general public. Their comments and responses I'm going to go over. We have received several written comments after the report was submitted, so I will be reading those into the record after. So for the written responses, I'm only at this point going to be going over the ones that specifically pertain to bylaw 2021-02. So for the first one, they custom built their coop and run between home and adjacent fence after consulting town officials and getting consent from the neighbor. They understand that the new bylaw requires the coop be a certain distance from the property line and are concerned that theirs doesn't comply with the proposed provisions. They live on a corner lot of a busy road and back onto a green space, so feel the location of the coop and run are the safest place for the flock. To date, note, their chickens and coop have not interfered with the enjoyment of the community, and their hope is that an exception will be made to not disrupt their home. So a response to these comments, the proposed development standards are intended to ensure that the structures maintain the same setbacks from parcel boundaries as all other accessory buildings. So the parcel boundary setback for the structure is also intended to mitigate any negative impacts to adjacent landowners. The proposed regulations also include provision that the MPC would not be able to grant a variance. They would not be able to get a variance as the bylaws were presented for the location of their coop. So we're not recommending an amendment to bylaw 2021-02 in response to these comments. The second comment that was received specifically for this bylaw deals with the issue of requiring a license and permit for chickens. How is it helping the hardworking people of Olds to survive financially through the pandemic? There's currently no license required for hamster, snakes, parrots, or chickadees. Why is this an issue? Smell is a problem. A coop that is properly cared for is minimal smell. We have allowed cow auction, which covers the whole town with cow fecal smell. We've allowed cannabis processing plants, which burn off and produce terrible smell at night. If taken care of, there should be minimal scent in winter, and the winters are very long. So response to this comment, the proposed bylaw will add chicken coop as a use in some residential districts. They will not be included in section 2.2 development not requiring a development permit. And the intent of requiring a development permit for the chicken coop is to demonstrate that the landowner has met the requirements of the land use bylaw and they can obtain their license under the community standards bylaw. So there's a reciprocal licensing and permitting process to ensure that they meet the land use bylaw as well as any applicable provisions under the community standards bylaw. So we're not recommending any amendments to the bylaw in response to these comments. So the recommendation today from administration is that bylaw 2021-02 be given second reading and that it also be given third reading. I do have several written comments that were received in the last couple of days. I'm not sure when you want me to read those into the record, but I have them ready to do that.
All right. Well, we'll if it would be all right, Ms. Wright, we'll have you read them in the appropriate for, against, or affected sections of the public hearing. So, so I'll explain the procedures and rules to the presentations. Presentations before council shall be brief and to the point and limited to 5 minutes. Council is not allowed to cross-examination of a person giving information. It will not be necessary for the person giving information to verify his or her qualifications. Council may ask questions of the speaker of each presentation for clarity purposes. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed, and no written or verbal submissions will be received by council after the public hearing is closed. So persons who are addressing council will please state their name and address and indicate if they're speaking on their own behalf or for a client, a group, or a company. Since this is a virtual meeting, we'll allow a little bit more time in between just to make each call out so that we make sure that we hear from everybody involved. So at this point, I'll make the first call for those who are in support of the bylaw to make a presentation. Now, Ms. Wright, do you have any written communications there in favor?
I do, yes.
Okay, let's read those into the record first, and then we'll get to the list of the people who are here to speak.
Okay. So the first one I have is from Edward First. He wanted to write a short note to indicate my support for chickens in backyards in the town of Olds. Last summer, my neighbor has about a dozen chickens in his yard next door, and there were no problems. Let me see first. I have 3 more here. The first is from Amy Smarts, I believe. To whom it may concern, as a neighbor to 2 families with chickens, we do not see a problem with having them on our streets. The chickens teach children about agriculture and how to care for pets other than a normal dog or cat. They also provide emotional support for children with special needs. These families invite my children to visit with the chickens, and on occasion my children have helped clean their pens and collect eggs. I feel that urban chickens are cleaner and more welcome than the public with cats that roam the street and defecate in my flower beds. I'm open to discussing in more detail. The third is from Gina Belcastro. She says, hello, my name is Gina and I am Meg McVitie's neighbor. I don't see anything wrong with her having chickens. They are very quiet and very clean. I actually forget that they have chickens unless I happen to go over there and see them or we chat about them. I think it's great for the kids to have some responsibility in having to take care of them, clean their coops, and know where our food comes from. I hope that you take this into consideration and let them keep them. The next one is from Susan Brandon. She's happy to write this letter in support in hopes that it will help ensure that they are able to keep their few chickens. I have absolutely no problem with the few chickens they have. I actually quite enjoy them. They are really pets in the whole family, and I've enjoyed watching the children play with them and call them by name. It would be very sad for them if they were unable to keep them. The whole family watched and had to make a safe and attractive enclosure. Meg and Caleb have checked with me many times to make sure nothing about the chickens is a bother to me. I continue to assure them I enjoy their gentle sounds and the fun they have bring to the children. I especially get a kick out of them having Meg call for the girls every morning and evening. I can think of no reason they should not be allowed to have these pets and food source, and hope that the few things in their keeping will ensure that they can continue keeping them.
Excellent.
And I believe that's all for now.
That's all for the in favor. All right. So I've just been compiled the lists, and it's in no particular order other than in favor, opposed, and affected. So I'm just going to go straight down the list. And the first person I have to speak in favor is Amanda Lutz. Is Amanda there? And okay, so it doesn't look like we have Amanda Lutz on, but if she happens to get back into the meeting and on, we can certainly hear from her in a bit. So
Hey, Marcy.
Yes.
Sorry, I believe Wild Ruby, isn't that Amanda is under Wild Ruby Rose, and I believe she was just unmuted.
Okay, Wild Ruby Rose, is that Amanda Lutz?
And Michael?
Mhm.
Michael?
Yes.
Our legislative clerk did send us in 3 emails. Also, some are in favor and some are against. We just got those at 12:52, so I'm not sure if everybody's had a opportunity to look at those. Do you have that, Michael?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I think that's the list I'm going off of right now. Okay, so Amanda, are you there? Oh, it looks like Wild Ruby Rose is connecting again, so let's give her a moment. And okay, and business partner is okay. Wild Ruby Rose looks like it's connected now, but still muted. Maybe you can unmute her.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear us okay?
There we are. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, for speaking with us today. So I'm Lindsay Ehler. I'm just located outside of Airdrie, Alberta.
Yep.
I'm Amanda Lutz, and I'm just east of Olds, and we're representing Wild Ruby Rose.
Okay. All right.
So I'm just going to read a letter that we wrote to yourself, your worship, and to council. So our company, Wild Ruby Rose, is a multi-generational family-owned and operated farm located east of Olds. Our passion for agriculture and our desire to share the benefits of fresh, ethical, quality, and sustainable food was the catalyst for our business. So we're doing this venture as part of a directed field study portion of Olds College's Applied Degree of Science in Agribusiness. And our company aims to provide seasonal hen rentals to people in urban communities during spring, summer, and early fall months. So our company is offering the following seasonal hen rentals, which includes 3 laying hens, a portable compact coop, feed and bedding for starting amounts, as well as a feeder and waterer. We also have a maximum of 4 birds as part of our packages and a minimum of 2 for companionship, and due to the fact that chickens are flock animals. We also provide support and mentorship for clients, in regards to backyard chickens through frequently asked questions on our website, as well as any phone consultations or one-on-one questions people may have. We also aim to provide a neighbor introduction letter for any people impacted by urban hens in the locations of our rentals, as well as delivery, setup, and removal of hen packages and contents at the end of the package. So a lot of our concerns is related to the second bylaw on 2021-04 regarding the limit of licenses that council has proposed. So limiting the number of licenses to 1 per 1,000 or a similarly low number would be detrimental to our program for the town of Olds. So we're requesting that council consider a seasonal licensing for the town of Olds residents on keeping urban hens during the months of May to October. Our services ensure that birds have adequate winter housing by coming back to our farm facilities and eliminate any concerns related to unwanted chickens or the disposal of aged hens. Additionally, we would be happy to partner with the town of Olds to ensure that urban hen rentals provided through our company follow all required bylaws, as well as alleviate any concerns of urban hens. So we are looking to partner with municipalities as a local producer to ensure that any birds sourced through our company are in adherence to the municipal bylaws. I'll take any questions at this time from council.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Harper, you have and
Well, what we would require from these two individuals is normally when they speak, they have their provide to our clerk their address as well.
Point of order.
I agree.
Yes.
I have all of that information from the arranged
Thank you very
speakers.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
We just
have-
wanted that clarification.
Yep.
Absolutely.
What's that? Are there any questions? And I am seeing no hands up. So thank you very much, ladies. That was an excellent presentation, and we'll take everything under consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, council.
You're welcome. All right, on the list. Yes, just for clarification purposes, I do have a list here of addresses, telephone numbers from all the speakers that are proposing to present today. So whether they read it into the record at the time, it's probably best if you did, if you could, just state your name, the address, and whether you're speaking on behalf of yourself or a company or an organization, not-for-profit or whatever it happens to be. So next person I have on my list is Drew Marsington. I believe if that's not correct, I apologize. Drew, are you available to speak? Okay. Apparently Drew has been asked to unmute himself and no response.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, there we are.
Drew Marston here. Thanks for the opportunity to give some feedback on the proposed chicken guidelines. I'm speaking on behalf of myself today.
And what's your address, if you could read it into the record?
Address 5024 51st Street.
In Olds, Alberta, correct?
In Olds, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Carry on.
I am all for having chickens, but I'm strongly opposed to a couple of the proposals. When I first read the notes and the comments on this, what I heard was, sure, you can have chickens, but we're going to put so many restrictions and barriers in place that most people won't want to pursue it, or it will just force people underground. Some of the concerns council had was, that we raise these for our own consumption, and for sure that's why we do it. And that we have all hens and no roosters, and I agree with that as well, for sure. Nobody wants roosters in town. A limit on the number of licenses, I think, is an unnecessary barrier. I don't think you're going to be overrun with applications. I don't think there will be a need for a wait list. However, I do know 5 people, myself included, that have been raising chickens for years in town now with no issues. So having 6 or 14 licenses doesn't sound like it would be enough. I very strongly oppose having a permit or permission from the MPC. Not only would that be a deal breaker for most people, but my coop is 3 feet by 3 feet square, by maybe 4.5 feet tall. It's very temporary and movable. There are dog houses that are bigger than my coop, I noticed in my neighborhood. So should all dog houses have a permit? Do we even want to go down that road? For such a small coop, a permit seems really unreasonable. But if you're going to have a coop the size of a shed, that's a big permanent building, maybe. I don't know. There was a concern of taking a chicken course. For folks like me, I guess it's really unnecessary. Google has, everything you could possibly want to know about raising chickens. As for the limit there, I think we should keep it at 6 instead of 4. 4 is enough for me. That's all I keep. But if you had a family, they may need 6. And with the age thing, 14 weeks old, minimum age, I believe that's fine. I usually get mine, the youngest ones usually are a year old, but sometimes the youngest ones I get would be 19 weeks old. And that's when they're at the point of lay. And then because I've worked for Canadian Mental Health in the past, I have to speak to this from a mental health point of view for a moment. I'm currently a barber in town, and I see and hear from many different people of all backgrounds on a daily basis. And during this time of COVID, people are really teetering on the edge and really struggling mentally right now. Being isolated and locked down at home, constantly told by government, you can't do this and you can't do that. Now is not the time to peel away any joy that people may have left. Not everyone is married or has kids or any other pets in the house, and many people don't even have a job at this time. People need a reason to get up in the morning and to have a purpose in order to live a happier, healthier life. And I believe keeping a few chickens can really help provide that. Therefore, if we can't remove some of these barriers by dropping the permit and the permission from MPC and making it more possible for people, then I would suggest either A, defer the issue until COVID is completely over, or B, turn this into a pilot project for 2 years with very minimum restrictions, revisit it at the end of 2 years, and if some restrictions are needed, then implement them at that time. I'm really not sure how this even came to the point of having a bylaw. I really see no need for it at all. But if we absolutely have to, then I believe that people that have already been doing this for a while now be grandfathered in with a very affordable fee. Chicken keeping is pretty low cost hobby. A bag of feed can be $11 to $15 that lasts for a few months. So it is very inexpensive. And so hopefully some of the points that I've mentioned help you in crafting a fair and a reasonable bylaw.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Yes, thank you for your input. Just hold on the line. I'm going to ask council if there's any questions for clarification purposes for Mr. Johnston. I have Councillor Harper.
Just for clarification in reference to Municipal Planning Commission, through you to Natasha Wright, it's my understanding it would not have to go to Municipal Planning Commission as a chicken coop with those regulations in it. You just have to make application. It would be like a garden shed that meets the criteria. Correct?
Okay. I couldn't understand actually really anything that Miss Wright said in regards to that. It sounded like the microphone was not of good quality and she spoke rather fast. So I can't really speak to anything that Miss Wright said because I couldn't really hear anything she was saying actually.
Okay. So they would be permitted with those regulations, my understanding, Mr. Marston.
So is it like if your coop is under a certain
Yes.
dimension that it would be exempt from a permit and permission, or if it's over a certain dimension it would require? Is that the way I'm understanding it?
I would just let Ms. Wright or other planning people speak to that. They're the experts.
Okay.
I can address that question, Your Worship.
Absolutely.
So as the bylaw is structured, all development permit applications for a chicken coop would go through Municipal Planning Commission. So there would be no way to circumvent that. There's no cutoff for coops a certain size to not require that approval. Every chicken coop would require MPC approval.
Okay, so one would make an application and would that be granted or refused? And what would the fee on that be?
So through Your Worship, it would be up to the Municipal Planning Commission to review the application and determine if it should be approved or denied. So that would depend on each individual application. And as for the development permit fee, I'm not sure what the fee schedule is right now for development permits. Perhaps someone in the development department can answer that question in terms of the fee schedule.
Actually, we will wait fees for development permits for the first half of 2021 as a COVID relief measure. So right now there is no fees for these development permits.
Okay.
Okay. I think I had Councillor Blatz with her hand up.
Well, it was my impression that it was going to go through the Municipal Planning Commission for the development permit. And I don't know, I guess I do have a question on that in that regards, but I think we can wait till we actually make a motion to discuss the bylaw.
Yeah, we will do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Marsden, unless there's anybody else with a clarification question for him. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering if Ms. Marston could tell me what the size of your coop was again?
It's about 3 feet by 3 feet square and about 4.5 feet tall. I did send in a photo of it. I'm not sure if you have it or not.
I'm sorry, we did not see that.
No, we have not seen that.
But thank you. And this is another question. Sorry, Councillor Thompson just put his hand up, so I will.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Your Worship. I understand that we have made development permits not, there's no cost to them at this time. But for people moving forward, it's a good idea to share that information. Mr. Chant, can you share with us what the development permit would normally cost if we had not made that decision?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll look online and double check, but if it's a change of use through MPC, it's $240. But a regular application permit would be $100 for something like that. As it's not a change of use, it's just a permit going to MPC.
Okay. Just my opinion, I can't see anyone actually doing that. For what it is, I guess. I think that would
All right.
probably put the clincher on it for most people.
We appreciate your presentation, sir, and we're going to move along to back to Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask whether or not you overwinter the birds.
I don't, because my coop's not insulated. The coop size is 3x3, but the pen is bigger than that, so they do have an area to go out to. But the house is not insulated, so I don't keep them over winter. I take them out to a farm. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions before we move along? All right, seeing none, we'll move off to the next person. I believe we have Robert Rudd. Is Robert there?
I'm under my wife's account, Jeanette, so I didn't realize I signed under her. So
not a problem at all.
My name is Robert Rudd. I live in 182 Balsam Crescent in Olds, Alberta, and I'm definitely for allowing chickens here. I understand the need to have maybe some kind of bylaw there, just so there's restrictions in place, just so that there's some guidelines, and I think that that's reasonable. The 3 points I have concern with are: one, the sale of eggs, the number of chickens, and just the education and the whole permitting process. I guess that's 4 points, sorry. I just want to say that this has been something that's been we started this, my kids tried to get a paper route, didn't really get one. And we just thought of ways for them to get responsibility. And my wife, she grew up on a farm, had chickens, pigs, all sorts of stuff. And again, this is the agricultural roots of the community. We're not talking about downtown Calgary or something where we're in an urban center. The agricultural feel of this entire town is everywhere, from the college, from the moment you drive in. And I don't think it would be uncommon if you were to even back up. Maybe I've talked to others that lived here for longer than I have that have said they used to actually have animals, agriculture animals, more than just dogs and cats on their yard, and that would be something that they would have to do. But of course, now you're a town, you're a lot larger, so I understand that there needs to be some regulations and guidelines. And also thank you all for meeting with and allowing this to be a public forum as well. I forgot to mention that. Thank you. As far as the sale of eggs, really, I want to just first of all say it's not a moneymaker. The cost of food, we have a dozen chickens. We do, just to answer Councillor Ryan, you were asking about, we do winter our chickens. We have a dozen. We have, my boys and I, we built just a 4x8 sheet of plywood, put some insulation underneath it, built a 2x4 and just put a lid on the top. And we had it insulated, so we have a heater so it keeps the eggs warm while they collect them in the wintertime. And then there's a run for them to go underneath our deck where they can stay dry. We put some plastic, like a roofing style thing underneath the deck to keep the animals dry. The girls, they have a bunny, so they have theirs on their side. So it's basically underneath the deck, and then we have a small run that allows them to run kind of between our house and the fence there. And really, the investment of all this was far more than what we're ever going to make out of this. But my purpose was to teach my kids responsibility, even business management. They've been able to collect $5 a dozen. They deliver it to the neighbors throughout the community. I've heard from the neighbors they enjoy the kids coming there, asking them questions about the eggs, telling them how are they tasting, even how's it going, how's our service, and it's teaching them responsibility. They know that they have to actually feed the chickens from the money that they're earning. So now their collection jar actually is the place where they actually have to remember they can't just empty the jar without having the money to pay for the food. So they're learning some business management skills. And really, it's just been a great thing for them. So the sale of the eggs, I think, is one thing that would be definitely hindering to that. And it would be something that it's great for them. I have 4 kids. I kind of teach them a lease thing that they lease a couple dozen to us as a family for the week because we get our own eggs from them, and then they can sell whatever they have for the rest. So they're learning all sorts of different management skills, how to save it and how to save money and whatnot. And even when things break there, I'm trying to teach them, okay, well, you got to fix the fence now. That's coming a little bit out of your profit. Of course, it's an indirect way for dad to give them money and rent and allowance. The ultimate purpose is for them to be contributors, not just consumers. And they're trying to find other ways to be engaging with the neighbors in the community as well. So I would just oppose the limitation on the sale of eggs. The second portion would be the number of chickens. Now, I guess if it's 6, we've had anywhere from 8 to 12. We started with 6 and then we got another 6. I've done a lot of research, talked to chicken owners or the ones that are, I guess, producers, and they've kind of given me a square foot, and they said with the 4x8 sheet, 32 square feet, if you will, that would be a dozen would be about the most you'd want. You want to have at least 2 square feet per chicken if you can, and then maybe 4 square feet of running space. So we've tried to keep those things up. So if it stays at 6, I guess we'll have to, I don't know what we do with our 12 chickens that are alive. Like, I don't know what we do with that, but I would just suggest that maybe we would just allow, I don't know. We're not talking 20 or 30 or 40 chickens. That gets a little over the top, but I just think the difference, and even the difference discussion there between 4 and 6, I just don't even understand I don't understand the rationale behind that. And maybe someone can answer that, but like, whether you have 4 chickens, 6 chickens, or 12 chickens, I really don't think it's making a difference. I think what I have noticed and what I've been told by others is that once you start getting to 20 and maybe Wild Rose, I'm sorry, I forgot whoever you were there. You might be able to speak to this better than I can, but there's a certain point where they start flocking and they actually can, chickens are not the smartest things. They actually can become very cannibalistic and pick on each other and stuff like that. So you don't want to get too big because then you kind of have to separate them out, and then they always make the runt and the group and stuff like that. So there are some things that we had to learn along the way. So I'm up for a little bit of education, but having to go through a course and stuff, I go to the local pet store, I learn how to take care of my fish, I learn how to take care of a dog or a cat. There's no reason why any of us who are getting chickens wouldn't be able to get that information from those who are supplying us with the chickens in the same way. So my proposal would be maybe consider a dozen chickens. And the last thing about the education, again, I've already mentioned that. And when it comes to licensing and permits and all this stuff, I come from the trades, and I'm just like, development permits and all that stuff, that's stuff for big, I just feel like it's just an unnecessary requirement. If there's just some guidelines that say keep it within this size and that's it. If it's going to be winterized, it needs to be insulated. Those are just some common sense things. But like even the MPC and the development permit and all that process, I know that takes a lot of time for them. And I just think for something as small as a chicken coop, it's not really merited. I think like my kid's playhouse is bigger than our chicken coop. And I don't even know if maybe I'm breaking the rules for that. I don't know, but I do agree with Mr. Drew's suggestion of a pilot project. I think that maybe we should just maybe put some guidelines in there, see how it goes, see how it affects the community. And I would just encourage us. I would also agree that let's not put out so many barriers and steps to make it discouraging for others. My kids' friends have asked their parents if they could maybe have a couple and they want to get into it. And I think this is a great thing for the kids in the community to learn the agricultural roots of our community. So thank you all for hearing my time, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Mr. Rudd, we're butting up against the 5 minutes there. Just so that everybody is aware, I guess, all of these bylaws are living documents. We can certainly pass something today, and every bylaw is in essence a pilot project. So what we pass today, or if we don't pass today, or however it works out, know that if the community can show us that it's not working in a particular manner, council can be relatively nimble a year from now and switch and change these bylaws to fit what does work. So know that calling it a pilot project is a little bit redundant, because every bylaw is a pilot project in and of itself. So okay, so I do have Councillor Thompson wishing to ask a question of Mr. Rudd.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Rudd, I'm curious about your neighbors. Have your neighbors written in or expressed any concern that's before us today?
No, actually, I think I've actually been very careful to make sure I'm inquiring with the neighbors to see if they have any complaints, because the chickens, they make noise, but they've actually enjoyed the ones that it reminds them a little bit of the farm. He hears them clucking sometimes, and the other ones, they just enjoy the experience working with the chickens. I've asked them if there's any smell, and even myself, I found like, well, there might have been some smell, so I found a way that you put sand there, and it's just a better way to mitigate the defecation that the chickens put out there, and just keep the kids on top of that for sure. But I have actually heard one of the write-ins, Ed First, he is actually my neighbor, so he enjoys it as well. So, and there's other neighbors that I've been very careful to check with.
Thank you.
Pastor, I'm a former Balsam Crescent resident as well, so I know Pastor Ed is one of your close neighbors, and he did write in support of your operation in specific and the bylaw in general. So, and I believe our legislative clerk just told me there was a second one of your neighbors that wrote in support as well. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just have one question for Mr. Rudd, and that would be, what do you do? Like, you have 12 chickens, so what do you do with all the waste?
Oh, sorry, the waste?
Yeah.
We use it in our garden, and my kid loves gardening. Or if there's too much, we would during the winter time we'd compost it. I don't sell it. I've never thought of selling it. I didn't know you could sell it. I didn't know even there was a market for it, but.
Yeah, there is a market for it, but so you use it all? You don't put anything anywhere else?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Like, use all?
So you use it all, you don't put it in garbage bins or anything like that?
No, we would put it in compost. We would mix it in with the compost in the green bin a little bit, and with biodegradable parts, and then we'd also put as much as we could into the garden, and then that's it.
So whatever you don't use in your garden, you put it in your green bin too?
If that's allowed, I'm pretty sure it is. I hope it is.
I don't know. Well, I think we would have to ask Director Chant if that would be allowed.
I thank you through the chair. Yes, it would all go to help aid compost anywhere else as well. So.
Okay, thank you, Director.
Excellent. All right, are there any further questions for Mr. Rudd? All right, seeing none, I believe we have confirmation from Mr. and Mrs. McVitie. Were wavering on whether they wanted to speak, but I received a message from the legislative clerk saying that they would.
Hello?
Legislative clerk. Oh, hello. Yes.
It should be Caleb.
Hi. Yeah, this is Caleb.
Caleb. Did I say your name correct, Mr. McVitie?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, could you please tell us your address and make a presentation?
So my address is 6201 Douglas Place, Olds, Alberta. So just in regards to section 6.52, more than 6 hens, I feel like there should definitely be more than 6 hens. That's not very much. Right now we have 7. My wife is very concerned that we'll have to get rid of one of them. So I think 10 is definitely good enough. The gentleman before me had 12. I think that's fine too. He should just be grandfathered in. Under amendment and definitions on page 12, it says 16 weeks for a laying hen. I don't think that should be in there. These are not livestock. These chickens are pet in town. When you hatch a baby chick, they imprint on you, and it goes a lot better. They come when they're called. All of our chickens have names. We don't treat them like livestock. We're not raising them to eat them. They do produce eggs, which is great. But I think just limiting to 16 weeks, if you get a 16-week chicken, it won't know you at all. It won't know it won't have a name. and therefore it'll be just like livestock. But I think the real reason is to treat them as pets here in town. There was in the bylaw a section that said that they would be confined to the coop or their pen and not be allowed to free range around the backyard. I think that should be amended to say that they can go in the backyard if it is fenced 6 feet or high, or 6 foot fence, and if they're under supervision of the owner. And then if the owner goes back in the house, just put the chickens back in their secured pen area. They definitely go out and they detach my grass, they eat worms. All the neighborhood kids love having them run around the backyard. Currently, there's no grandfather clause. I think that should be put in there for the previous gentleman that had 12 chickens. I don't see why having 6 or 12 would matter, as long as you have adequate space and an adequate pen for them. The limiting of licenses, I just believe, as Drew said before, that's kind of unnecessary. I believe in Olds, you're not going to have the hugest turnout of people applying for this. I think you should just erase that part and just see how many people do. If there is an overwhelming number, at a later date, bring this up in a different town council meeting. Permits for the structure, I think that's pretty ridiculous. With the price of wood right now, because of COVID, to build a structure itself would cost a couple $100 just in wood because of the price of wood. So a permit for the structure, unless it is the size of a shed and cemented in the ground, it really shouldn't have a cost at all. Other than that, that's all my points.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. McVitie? Doesn't look like I have any hands up, and it's kind of funny that you would phone in as well, because I used to live in Balsam Crescent and now I live in Douglas Place. So looks like.
Yeah, I just realized you moved in there just a couple months ago.
Absolutely. We're going to have to stop by and have a look at the chicken coop.
Sure.
Because it's outside and that's COVID allowed. So there we go. And Councillor Blatz has her hand up because, as you know, she's your neighbor as well.
Yes, Caleb, I'm also your neighbor. I have heard the chickens there. I have heard the chickens in the neighborhood, and I believe probably it was one of yours that got away last summer. And I did watch the children chase and catch the chicken and retrieve him back to his proper, or her to her proper home. But yes, I am also your neighbor.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for participating, and we appreciate your comments, and we will move along. Thank you.
Right,
I think that
I think Councillor Ryan had her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. I must have shifted on you or something. You couldn't see me. Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question with regards to the weeks that you're talking about, sir. So when we understand that you can't tell the sex until they're a certain week old, and I think that's the reason why we picked the 14 to prevent roosters in town. So what do you do when you have a rooster amongst the hen?
Sorry, are you asking me?
Yes, Mr. McVitie, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I thought I was muted. Yeah, so normally you can sex a chicken the day it's born.
That's not the information we've been given.
Information that I've read.
Okay. You can sex a chicken the day it's born. You can buy from people already sexed chickens. It's up to you.
Well, we may have to do a little more research into that.
Sure.
All right.
I could send you information on how to sex chickens.
Sure, if you could send it to the legislative clerk that you've already been in touch with.
Sure.
All right. Oh, we're getting a message here from somebody telling me it depends on the breed of chicken. What breed is it that you have?
I have Americanas.
Okay. Yeah, excellent. If you could pass that information on to our legislative clerk, that'd be fantastic. Excellent. So now I will ask the legislative clerk if there are any more, make a second call for those who are in support of the proposed bylaw.
Hi, it's Marcy. I don't have anyone else on the list. We've covered all of those who are in favor.
All right. Okay, so then I will make the first call for those who are opposed to the proposed bylaw. And the first person I have on here is Lai Benberger, Christiane. If we got that individual here. Okay. Don't look like we have the phone number there or the name on our list. So we will skip over this person and go to the next person on the list. If that first person comes online, we will certainly hear from them. Next on my list, I have Gloria Ulray. If we could unmute, I saw her there.
Hello, Your Worship and councillor members. I am opposed to having chickens in an urban setting. Whether they're pets or whether they're agricultural animals, we have to ask, if I was allowed to have 12 pet chickens, can I now then have 12 pet dogs or 12 pet cats? Or maybe I should have goats and other animals as well. And so my concerns are for how what happens on your property impacts what happens on my property. So I am 6318 Duncan Place and back on the municipal reserve. And one of the concerns, if I had a chicken coop in this particular stretch, is that it can attract predators such as foxes and weasels and cats and dogs and hawks and heaven forbid, even children and teens that think it might be fun to let the chickens go. We have quite a bit of wildlife there as it is, and I just think it might call for more because there would be a food source available. Chickens themselves, I've been reading a lot about chickens since this bylaw came up, and from people who are actually using chickens or growing chickens or whatever we want to call them, whether they're pet chickens. And they require quite a bit of care, and they require to keep disease down. The pens they recommend are being cleaned weekly. Chickens do run around and squawk, and we've got dogs barking. Now we'll have chickens clucking. And to me, if I want to go out into my backyard and enjoy a barbecue with friends and neighbors, I shouldn't have to worry about the noise from my neighbors on either side if they should happen to have those animals. Smell is something I would be concerned about. We have to consider that we have the smell from the marijuana plant. I'm on a municipal reserve where everybody walks their dogs, so we have quite a bit of smell of excrement from animals there. And now I have to worry that I might have somebody move in next door. So certainly if this bylaw is approved, I would like a limit, and I'd like to keep that limit low because we don't need to have 12 chickens to have some fresh eggs and to have some pets. We could easily do that with 4 or 6 or some smaller number. These birds can carry bird flu if they're not properly looked after. And we can have chickens who are aggressive, and if they get out of a yard, you don't know what they might do. And again, I would think they should be contained and not allowed to go over your entire yard, as somebody has suggested that they should, as long as we're fenced. I would have some questions. I don't want a chicken coop 3 feet from my property line, which I think is the bylaw. So apparently if we're allowing chicken coops, then I have no control over how close to my property that it sits. If they have a chicken coop, are they allowed to have other sheds? Because I believe you're only allowed to have one outbuilding on your property. Will people be butchering chickens in their yards if they need to downsize chickens, or if they decide that they're going to use chickens for food rather than for pets? I would like to know if they're going to, and I believe they should be licensed to have to license dogs. Who is going to look after the licensing and the monitoring of the licensing and checking on the health and safety of both the chickens and the people that live around the chickens, because there is some risk, again, I said, at something like bird flu. And if complaints are made, you know, are you just going to make a complaint and then nothing happens? Once the chickens go in, it gets pretty hard to maintain that. Right now, we're looking at banning or monitoring outdoor rinks because the noise is too much, but you can have, chickens next door in a chicken coop. To me, they are a farm animal and they should be located on farms or acreages. Or do I have to move out of town onto an acreage to be able to control what goes close to my house? I just feel like it is a farm type animal, and to me it's opening the door for other animals. I know people like to have goats and they do smell horrible. And so I just would like to state that I'm against having chicken coops within the town limit, but if we're going to, I would like them highly regulated, and they should have to have a permit because it's a building like a shed. So that's my opinion.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ullery. Please hold on to the line, and I'm going to ask council if there are any questions for Mrs. Ullery regarding clarification on her statement. I don't see any hands up, so thank you again, Mrs. Ullery, and we'll move along in our list.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Did we find the missing party? No. Okay. And legislative clerk, I had Mr. and Mrs. Smith on the list here, but did they end up confirming whether they wish to speak?
They did not respond to my email, but we could maybe do a call out and see if they're on the line. I can't see any of their phone numbers. So.
All right. Mr. Fox, do you have their phone number? You don't see a name. Is either Baron or Evelyn Smith on the line? We'd certainly love to hear from you if you are. All right. Doesn't look like it, so I will make the second call for anybody who is opposed to the proposed bylaw to make a presentation. I'll give a minute or so to anybody to speak up, put your hand up or unmute yourself. That seems to be the catchphrase of the last year is please unmute yourself.
Your Worship, if I may, I do have some more written submissions. Do you want me to read those into the record now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this first one, there is no name attached to it. It seems to be some type of petition. So to town council, I am still of the opinion that farm animals should be on a farm or an acreage, not in town. But I can see that council is going, sorry.
Yeah, hold tight.
Okay.
If there's no name and address attached to it, legislative clerk, I don't think we can have that read into the record, can we?
No, it should have a name and an address definitely on the letter or correspondence.
Yeah.
I believe it was signed. Is that correct? In the copies I saw come through?
There are several signatures at the bottom. I can't read them all. There's no addresses with them.
I was going to say the same thing. The signatures are unlegible.
I believe this was mailed directly to the town office, if I'm correct.
That's correct. It was sent to the town council. It does not have a address. The names are signed and there's phone numbers to a few of them. There's 2 papers on it with 11 names in total. There's no addresses associated with this. So council should have received the copy of this correspondence.
I saw it, but early on, and it was quite illegible, a lot of the names. So I don't think we can have that written in or read into the record, can we, Mr. Merritt, or what is your opinion?
I don't think it can be because there's no address, but it could be circulated to council for their information.
Sorry, I'm just receiving an email.
Mayor, Michael,
Yes.
Councillor Overwater here, Your Worship.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just like to state that, you know what, we're trying to make a bylaw for the residents of the town of Olds. And that's fine that we have outside input. However, especially if we can't read any signatures, we have no idea where these people live. And we are trying to make a bylaw for our residents, not for county residents, not for anybody else. So I would think that this public hearing would be directly for our residents, not anybody that does not live in the town of Olds. Just my opinion. I don't know if I'm incorrect, Mr. Merritt. You can correct me.
I think the clerk already spoke to that, that since there's no addresses, that this does not have to be and should not be read into the record.
All right. All right, Ms. Wright. So we won't have that read into the record, but if you could continue on with ones that do have legible names and addresses.
Okay. So the next one is from Baron and Evelyn Smith at 5603 42nd Street in Olds. So you already have bylaws for cats and dogs that bylaw does not enforce. Not sure what other parts of town, but we have coyotes and a fox. These chickens will attract other predators. Chickens are livestock, not a pet, and most people do not look after their pets or pick up after them. The dog park is a good example. I have a green space across the street from us and I see it every day. These are just some of the concerns we have. On another topic, it was in the newspaper about backyard rinks. Instead of making another bylaw that will not be enforced, how about neighbors talk to each other? We have noticed kids out playing with these crazy times and it's good to see. Do not let some sour people dictate what goes on in other yards when it comes to kids.
Thank you.
So this one is from Darren Wilson. I don't have an address. Would you still like me to read this one?
Hi, it's Mercy. I do have an address for Darren. My apologies for not putting it in the email.
Okay.
Okay, and yes.
Okay, so this one from Darren Wilson. Regarding the urban chicken rules and bylaw discussion, I offer the following comments for consideration by the Mayor, Council Administration. One is to proceed cautiously with a measured long-term view, perspective, and timeline. Two, meaning that if possible, begin with a test or pilot project methodology and approach in mind. Three, in some cases, and this is a prime example, less is more, as relates to the number of allowable hens per coop and number of allowable coops per capita. Four, if the decision is made to allow urban hens in coops, I would encourage the Mayor, Council, and Administration to consider a limit of no more than 4 hens per coop and approved license application. 5, if the decision is made to allow urban hens in coops, I would encourage the Mayor, Council, and Administration to consider an initial cap or limit of 1 coop per 1,000 residents as part of the pilot project. After a suitable assessment and review trial period, 6 months or 1 year, the cap or limit could be reviewed and consideration given to increasing the cap or limit. Continuous improvement of the bylaw will be key. Implement, execute, feedback, assess, revise. 6, it would be nice to know, once permits or licenses are approved, where in town the approved urban hens or coops will be located and whether there should be a limit of the concentration of urban hens or coops in a particular residential area. Number 7, if the decision is made to allow urban hens in coops, a requirement to obtain a license or permit should be proof of completion of a training course on ethically raising and maintaining urban hens. From my conversation with a local hobby farmer who has egg-laying hens, there are many tips, tricks, suggestions, learnings, and knowledge related to proper and ethical care of egg-laying hens. Number 8, for bylaw 2021-2, establish the Municipal Planning Commission as decision maker for applications. I would like to know what is the complaint, mediation, or dispute resolution process. And number 9, as a word of caution, in speaking with a hobby farmer owner who has upwards of 20 hens, the coop is messy, dirty, and smells, and not pleasant to clean. which could impact quality of life for neighboring residents and may lead to waste disposal concerns.
Looks like there's a Darren Wilson with his hand up. Can we unmute him? Oh, he seems to have his hand up. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Council and Administration. I just wanted to thank you for allowing my comments to be read, and confirm my address is 50 Lakeridge, Olds, Alberta. And just further to my point, and I think my points are fairly self-explanatory, but because this is a new initiative, or at least on my part, it's new as far as information, we don't know how popular, how much in demand this program, this initiative, the application for hen licenses will be. I think, there's speculation, and some people have already stated that they don't think this will be overrun, or the town and administration will be overrun with applications. But personally, I don't know. I have no sense, no gauge, no way of knowing just how popular this is going to be, how many folks are already dealing with this, as it was called, in the underground. So again, my caution and my word is to proceed cautiously with a measured approach. And you already touched on the fact that the bylaws themselves are continuous and evergreen and are open, therefore, to amendment. And so let's start with a small little piece, a small little bite, if you so like, and then we can assess, review the information, and go from there. And again, one last time, thanks for the opportunity to express my thoughts.
Not a problem at all. That's why we hold these. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, for your input. Any questions for Mr. Wilson while we have him on the line? Okay, I don't see any hands going up. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Okay, did we ever come back to the party that we missed? No, seeing heads shaking back and forth.
Hi, it's Marcy.
Yes.
And I apologize in advance if I say his name incorrectly, Mr. Liebenberg. He did respond to an email that he was not online, that he is opposed to the bylaw, as it will create reasonable pet ownership for foster. It will not create reasonable pet ownership nor foster humane keeping of farm animals. Enforcement and disease is a concern also. What would council like to achieve with the bylaw is his question. So I would put that under a not in support of.
Thank you very much, Legislative Clerk. All right, so unless there is anybody else opposed that would like to speak, I will move along to those deemed affected. I do have one on my list here to speak to that. All right, so I will make that first call for those deemed affected. And I do believe I have Mr. John Ballarday. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not bad. Okay. And another Balsam Crescent gentleman. So I will give the floor over to you. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation, and we'll see if council has any questions for you after.
Thank you, Your Worship, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I live at 126 Balsam Crescent, my wife and I. My neighbors that live behind me on 57th Avenue have chickens. So I do not have chickens nor want them, but he has them. And he's had them for a few years now. The other neighbor, which is next door to him, had chickens for a few years. They don't have any more, but they were not a nuisance. They were not a problem for us. The only problem I could say that they had was they woke me up at 5 o'clock in the morning sometimes, but that's about all. But the neighbor that's directly behind me, my basic question is what is considered an R1 property? Because that's what I bought, and my understanding is that they live on R1 as well. Well, it's a much bigger piece of property, and it is an original farmhouse, where they live, that they're still living there. He has a coop. I suspect that that's his coop, although I haven't talked to him about it. It is about 12 feet long, 8 feet high, and about 8 feet deep. Yeah, it is quite big. I have no idea how many chickens he has there, but it's not a small number. I know that. Now, would he be required to take out a license, be permitted, and have it inspected? And actually, the reason I ask if it's R1 is that what he's done with his property, and I guess he's free to do what he wishes to do, but he has built 3 sheds. He raises a garden crop that seems to be more than what he needs or wants himself for his family. He has 5 children. The 5 children, by the way, I'm off topic, but they don't play with the chickens at all. They are not pets. They are domestic egg layers, as far as I can tell. I don't know if he sells them or if he just the family just eats them all themselves. But he's got a pile of straw in his backyard. He's got a greenhouse in his backyard. He's got a mechanic shop in his backyard. And I begin to wonder if he really is R1 or if he is a farm. I know that the bylaw officers have been a few times and they've scratched their head too about this. But I would like to see the proposed rules of keeping it to 6 and registration to be kept so that there is some control over what happens. I don't want them to be grandfathered in. I think he needs to go through the same process as anybody new that's an applicant.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your input. Hold on the line, please. I'm going to ask council if they have any questions for clarification purposes. And I'm scanning around because everybody's jumping around on my screen, not their fault. I see no hands, so thank you very much, Mr. Pilarde,
yeah,
for your input. And then I will move along. Miss Wright, do you have any submissions for to be deemed affected?
I do have 3 additional written comments here, 2 of which are people who already spoke. So Robert Rudd, I have a written submission from him as well as Gloria Ulrey. The third one I have is from Bruce Woodruff. I don't have an address on his email. I'm not sure if Marcy was able to get an address from him.
I was not.
Okay. So I'm not sure, Your Worship, if you'd like that one read into the record.
Well, we have disallowed with no address before, so I think we'll have to do the same for this.
Okay.
All right. All right, so I will make the second call for all those individuals deemed affected for the bylaw. I'll wait a moment to do that. All right, seeing none, we have nothing there, Mr. Fox, that you see cropping up. All righty, okay. So does council have any further comments in general for the development officer or things like that? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I just want to make sure that when we're voting on this, we all understand that we're just voting on whether or not we're having chicken coops. We're not voting right now on the number of chickens or grandfathered or anything like that. It's just the bylaw to state that we are going to have or not chicken coops. I mean, the next part of our agenda will be about the number. So I just want to make that clear for the public as well.
Yes. Yeah. No, absolutely. This technically is a public hearing for just the land use bylaw, but we thought it would be best if we heard from everybody regarding both the bylaw, the land use and the community standards. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. I respect the opinions of both those for and against. Those for chickens, there seems to be a common thread around perhaps our bylaw being prohibitive or restrictive, or perhaps removing some of the incentive for people who may wish to raise chickens. Is there an option of reducing the development permit fee so that we're not cost prohibitive for those that wish to raise chickens while still maintaining the regulation around a proper coop?
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ryan and then Blatt.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe Councillor Blatz is ahead of me though.
Councillor Blatz.
That's fine, Heather. You go ahead, Councillor Ryan.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask Ms. Wright if she could tell me, so is there any, when you're looking at the land use bylaw, and we had a couple of people comment about why go to MPC. So is there a way of saying, okay, this is the size of the coop that we have within the bylaw. If you are at that size or below, it should be just an automatic approval. And then if it's over that, then it should go to MPC. Is there, what's your thoughts on that, Ms. Wright?
So it is possible to structure a bylaw that there would be a cutoff that isn't uncommon for accessory buildings or uses, to separate them by size, or if they're associated with permitted or discretionary use. So it would really be council's decision where they would want to set that threshold, and that would require an amendment to the bylaw.
Very much. Mr. Merritt, before we go back to Councillor Blatz.
Yeah, I also thought one of the considerations is for the neighbors too, to have an opportunity to have input into the hearing that could take place. So it was just beyond the structure, was also the neighbors as well.
All right. Councillor Ryan, is it a follow-up or can I go around the horn? No? Okay, Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Merritt. Yes, it was my suggestion that we have it go through the MPCs, particularly so that the surrounding neighbors would have an opportunity to be notified. Not everyone, I believe, probably who has already got chicken coops would have already done that with some of their neighbors. And although it appears we've had no real complaints, I still think it is an opportunity, because this is a new bylaw and a new situation, that all of the people would have an opportunity to say whether they would agree or disagree with the chicken coops. And that's the reason why we had it go through MPC.
Okay, so I have Councillor Thompson, then Harper, then back to Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Your Worship. So I guess my thread is continuing on with what Councillor Ryan was saying, or maybe it was Blatz. I believe there should be an option that would allow somebody to make a decision based on what the regulation is and not have to go through MPC unless they are trying to do something beyond that. So I would like to see the bylaw perhaps reflect the option for somebody to build an appropriate coop with the right number of chickens and only be required to go to MPC if it's something greater. That's my perspective.
Harper, then Ryan, then Overwater, then back to Blatz.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. As Councillor Blatz did state earlier, there was a reason why she had suggested that applications for chicken coops go to be before MPC, is to allow neighbors of somebody making application to be able to provide their input, whether or not they have an objection to having chicken coops next door to them. And I think that's right, their right to be able to know. We've heard today that there's a number of neighbors that appreciate their neighbors having chickens. But that might not be of all of the neighbors in the community, with all of them. So that's what I would say. I would like to get one clarification through you, your worship, to administration. It was my understanding that chicken coops were not permitted until we actually have this bylaw in place. And yet I see it in one of the comments, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the comments says, we custom built our coop to run between our home and adjoining fence after consulting town officials. So I've always been led to believe that chickens and chicken coops, because they weren't addressed in our town bylaws, were not actually permitted. And as a number have said, they've just gone ahead and got chickens. So I just need clarification. Were chicken coops and chickens originally always permitted or not permitted in our town?
Mr. Member.
Thank you very much, and I'll ask Mr. Chan to supplement this, but I believe in 2020, early January maybe, that we changed our bylaw to be more prescriptive in regards to the allowance of chickens and such, so they were not allowed. But prior to that, it was more enabling, and therefore I do believe at times the development officer did allow for chickens to be allowed. So that was clarified in 2020, but I certainly would ask Mr. Chan to speak to that.
Mr. Chan.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, CEO Merritt is correct in that aspect. It wasn't specifically outlined in the land use bylaw. Yes, we did do that. I guess it's in 2020. Time flies. We did make sure there was a line in the land use bylaw that basically, if it is not in the land use bylaw, it is not permitted. Prior to that, it was, I guess whether you could say it was clear or not clear is maybe some discretion or undue discretion was done, that if you wanted to have a couple of chickens and it didn't offend the neighbors, by all means go ahead, because there was nothing in the land use bylaw that says you couldn't. But we definitely had that changed in 2020 to make sure that that was very descriptive of, if it isn't listed in the land use bylaw as permitted, discretionary, or otherwise, it is not allowed.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Yeah, and that was put there basically to make sure that we didn't have somebody raising wolves in town or something of the sort. Just because it's not listed doesn't mean you get to do it, right?
That's correct.
Exactly. I see, Mr. Rudd, you have your hand up. At this point in time, we won't be taking questions from the floor, but if you'd like to email a question into myself or the legislative clerk, we'll get an answer to you on your question there. Okay, I believe I have Councillor Ryan. Everybody just jumped. I think it was Councillor Ryan, then Overwater.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Your Worship. So there was a slide that Ms. Wright had up with regards to some of the stages, and I think it was on number 9, where it talked about the application may ask neighbors for input. So I want to see if we can pull up that slide and see what that wording was, because if the idea is to try to get neighbors to have input, which I think is great. I mean, I'm fully supportive of that. And if that was the reason for going to MPC, that should be allowed. However, if we have that wording, yes, it was on number 9. So where was it? Okay, may be referred to adjacent landowners for comment. So rather than having may, if we have will, sorry, my dog is barking his head off out and I'm talking. So rather than having may, have it be will be referred to adjacent owners. Would that not satisfy that sort of area where we would have input from the neighbors. That condition for reason for going to MPC.
Miss Wright?
Sorry, I'm just trying to toggle between screens here. So we haven't included a clause specifically to address this within the land use bylaw. It has been administration's procedure to refer all discretionary use applications to adjacent landowners. That's what they have traditionally been doing. It has been noted to bring forward an amendment with a few other administrative amendments at a future date to include that clause specifically within the land use bylaw, so that it's within their within the land use bylaw administrative section, so it can be continued in the future. It's not just an internal procedure, but that is, I believe, how they have been operating, is to just automatically refer discretionary use applications to adjacent landowners. In this case, it would include chicken coop. Scott may have more information on that in terms of what they've been doing, but that is my understanding of how they've been processing those applications.
Mr. Chan?
I thank you through the chair. Yeah, Ms. Wright. Yeah, it seems to be cutting in and out a little bit there on your speaker. But yes, it's been a, even though it isn't written word for word in the land use bylaw that we have to do this up front, but it has been a standard practice for what we've been doing for a long time, is to circulate these applications prior to the Municipal Planning Commission. This way, it's basically when it does go in front of Municipal Planning Commission, they do know that it has been circulated to the area landowners, that they know what's going to happen in the neighborhood, and can make that informed decision. However, the way the rules are structured is that if it wasn't circulated prior, it is put in a notification in the paper of the MPC approval. There's a 3-week appeal period process. So there would be still options for the neighborhood to appeal MPC's decision, and then there'd be a SDAB hearing following that if those it was put that way. So basically what we've done is we've tried to put it in to speed up the process, I guess, so to speak. We have less files go to subdivision appeal, is that you let the neighborhood know in advance versus they get to read it in the paper and then have to file an appeal.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I just think we need to change the may to a will then in that case. And my feeling is to do that is because as council's rep on the original subdivision appeal board hearing, I've gone to a couple of appeal hearings now and in my term. And those seems to be one of the biggest reasons why there's appeals, is because we've not asked neighbors. And sometimes, and in some cases, and particularly the last one, it was a garage and the garage was already built. So what are you going to do? Tell the neighbors to tear down the garage? Like, I mean, that would be ridiculous. So I think we need to have a little bit stronger wording than the may, and have it as a will, not just for because we may understand that it's a may, but future councils or future people in your position, Mr. Chant, may interpret it a totally different way. So let's reduce the ability to interpret.
If I could just answer that, Your Worship, as Natasha, Ms. Wright had indicated, we're going to bring back some other wholesale changes to council here before the summer break, I hope, or somewhere in that term. And we are going to have that as one of the added items in our land use bylaws, is that exact criteria of, sending these out prior, and even setting a limit on how far out, because right now we're sending it to the neighbors on either side, front, back, either side and across the road. So basically have more of a standard that it's consistent every single application of what that radius is. And then it doesn't matter whether it's me in this seat or Natasha with PCPS or whoever, it's all standardized then. So we are working towards that.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I think I have Councillor Blatz, then Overwater. Is that correct?
No, but that's okay.
No, that's fine. If you were ahead of me, Marianne, that's fine. I can't see every.
Councillor Overwater, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, I agree. It needs to be will versus shall or may. I believe we need to change the wording. I believe we need to be consistent. We have, we send out letters at MPC. They go out regarding hair salons where they only are going to have one client a day. So I would think that we would definitely send out a letter to the neighbors if there's going to be chicken coops in and around outside people's houses, and the neighbors would want to know that. And I think we need to be consistent. We can't just send out a letter for one thing and not for something else. And to Mr. Chant, I'm thinking then if it was sort of a come see, come saw situation about whether you can have a chicken or not a chicken prior to 2020, then I'm almost thinking that those people that had chicken coops prior to 2020 almost need to be grandfathered if that's what the conversation with town administration was. I mean, they went in with the knowledge that they had had a conversation with somebody at administration. And so, I mean, that would be very unfair. And I don't think it would be correct that all of a sudden we take that away from them when they were told by administration that they could have it. Just a statement. Thank you.
This seems as though we're having the debate on the bylaw, which typically should be done during second reading, which is next. We're still within the public hearing portion. So unless there is something that isn't a debate over the bylaw, I'm going to ask everybody to hold their questions. We're going to do it here right away. So you'll certainly have your turn to speak. So having said that, I will ask Ms. Wright to make any closing comments if she would like. And then at that point, I'll close the hearing and we'll get on with second reading.
I don't have any further comments, Your Worship.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Therefore, I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2021-02 closed. All right. Thank you. Very spirited debate, everybody, and thank you to all the members of the public that have had input today. We very much appreciate your comments and your concerns, and I know I will take them all under advisement, as I'm sure the rest of council will as well. All right, so let us move along, and may I have a motion for first reading?
No, second reading.
My apologies. Councillor Blatt, since how you're there, if you want to make that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that bylaw number 2021-02 to amend the land use bylaw be given second reading. And if I may, I was also going to bring it up. That was my earlier indication that I did have a concern with the bylaw, and it was over the word may at the time, but I thought it should be discussed under the second reading. So I think that we need to have something very strong. My concern is, even though Director Chant has indicated it's usually done. The problem that could be is if it isn't done and it has to go through an appeal process, that's going to be much more lengthy for all people involved. And I think it's much easier to just do it right off the hopper and be done with it. Okay. That's my own opinion. Excellent. So I would like to see the word may.
Okay. I believe we had Councillor Thompson was in line in the public hearing. Then we have Councillor Ryan and Overwater.
Yeah, I didn't raise my hand again there, Your Worship, but my comments are I've already stated. I question whether the bylaw is too prescriptive and might create barriers that could be loosened a bit. I agree this needs to be regulated. I agree that we need to have some standards. But for somebody who's going to raise 4 or 5 chickens, I don't know that we need a full development permit fee. And I question whether MPC has to make the rule on so few birds for these coops. As long as they can meet the standard, I think we should allow them. And I don't think there's anything wrong with communication to community, but I think there should be allowance for it to proceed.
I do understand your concerns there, Councillor Thompson. Right now there is no fee for a development permit. There will be after the second half of the year. It is a little bit lengthier process, but it is one way to ensure that the neighbors get a chance to voice their concerns. So a little bit extra time and maybe a small fee is certainly worth hearing from the neighbors and allowing them to have input, in my opinion. Mr. Merritt, you look like you had yourself unmuted and wanted to speak.
No, you answered the comment I was going to.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Councillor Ryan in Overwater, or am I right?
You are correct. Thank you, Your Worship. So I would like to speak to what Councillor Overwater mentioned about grandfathering in, and I agree. I mean, I was actually quite surprised from hearing from the public today on how many people do have chickens, backyard chickens. I didn't realize there was that many. I knew that there was a few out there, but I didn't realize there's so many. I would certainly like to know how many there actually are in this community. Are there already over the limit that we're looking at limiting? Because that would be bad, but not bad in a bad way, but maybe bad in the fact that we obviously the limit would be ridiculous to put it in place. But I would certainly like to think about the size of these coops, which is within this bylaw in particular, and the location. So people have put the coops up in the spirit of doing something for their family and doing something education wise. And I think taking a look at them and saying, okay, well, you can't have that now. You have to adhere to a certain size. Might be very detrimental to them. So, the one size that we were given was a 3x3x4 from the first individual that spoke. Another one later on was this 8x12x8, which I think is very large. We might want to take a look at that size, but anything that would be already somewhat within the size range, maybe we can grandfather in. And I don't know what our limit would be, but I certainly think that we need to have a discussion about it, because I certainly think it'd be detrimental to all the people that have these coops already that they have to take them down.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ryan. We'll go to Mr. Merritt, then Mr. Chant, and then back to Councillor Overwater.
I'd like to reflect back on the mayor's comment earlier that bylaws are living documents. It was in 2020 early, that in probably late fall, that we realized that it was more enabling, and was when we were dealing with vicious dogs and things of that nature. That's why it was changed. I don't believe there was more than a handful of people that actually went into the development office to get a approval for this. And so there may have been a number that were set up without any approvals whatsoever. So again, when we found that there was this discrepancy, that was changed in 2020. And as far as grandfathering goes, that is one of the functions of council to consider what grandfathering would look like if you wish to do so.
Director Chant first, and then we'll go to Councillor Overwater, Harper, then Thompson.
Thank you, through your worship. And in the land use bylaw, we've picked on the size of up to 107 square feet for a reason. As you heard on one of the gentlemen saying that one of the chicken coops in the backyard was quite a bit bigger than that. Anything less than 107 square feet, like garden shed or something similar to that, does not require a building permit. Anything over that size, so if we wanted to have anything go bigger, then requires a building permit to go along with that. So at the time, even if the development officers had given led the people to believe that they could have chickens and have a coop, they still would have been said anything over 107 square feet would have required a building permit as well. So just to keep that in mind also, is that's why that number was picked, 107 square feet up to 107 square feet in size.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification. We'll go to Councillor Overwater, then I have Harper. I think Councillor Bennett, you had your hand? Yes, you did. And then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I did go over the public engagement survey when we put it out there about whether, you know, our residents wanted chicken coops or not. And, you know, the statistics are 44% said yes with regulations, 31% said no, and then 23% just said yes, and then undecided was 2%. So, you know, we're kind of almost, you know, there was 67% that are in favor of having chicken coops. And out of that, 44 want some sort of regulation. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we're taking into account what the majority of the citizens that, you know, went on and filled out the public engagement questions, that we take what they're saying into consideration. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Very, very good point. And that survey also was very well attended, I believe. I think we had quite a few individuals chime in on that. So those statistics are very good to keep in mind. Thank you, Councillor Overwater. All right, let's go to Councillor Harper, then Bennett, then Thompson.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just want clarification again. So no matter what size a proposed chicken coop is, a citizen would have to make application to build one? Is that what we're saying now? Because the words from Mr. Chant did confuse me a little bit.
Mr. Chant, I believe that's the case. If somebody knew.
Well, I guess what where we'd be looking at in that one through the chair is when you're talking about grandfathering in.
I'm not talking about that. Talking about that.
I'm just talking about the size of the coop, though. If it's over 107 square feet, it requires a building permit, period, on that aspect. So, but moving forth, if you're looking at that, anybody that applies would be coming to the counter with applying for that up to 107 square feet would be the maximum of the coop.
So that
and it would go and it would go to MPC.
Applicants must have a development permit.
All new applicants would have a development permit that would go to MPC at the way the bylaw currently sits.
So
but it'd be
no matter what the size of the coop is.
No matter what the size of the coop is. If you want to have chickens, period, in your backyard, whether you want to have one chicken or whatever number we determine, everyone will have to take an application out and everyone would come to MPC at the way it's currently written.
And just supplement to that, are you aware how many people who currently own chickens had approached the town for advice in the construction of their chicken coop?
I have no clue how many people may have come to the town office to ask that question. It's probably like anything else, is there would be some that would have done the due diligence to come and ask, and others would have just done it. But yeah, I'd be really careful on the grandfathering but just knowing that if it's over that number, even if they are grandfathered, to keep the over 6 chickens or whatever the number may be, is that if it's larger than 107 square feet, we would be asking them for a building permit for that structure to be oversized.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Bennett. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize. So yes, the bylaw is going to be, and always has been, a living document. So yes, we can make changes. I also want to make sure that we are following what the survey said, because we don't want a debacle that Innisfail had when they went against what their surveys wanted the chickens, and council on their own decided against chickens, and there was an uproar. They are now reconsidering, and I'm glad that under 107 square feet then does not require a building permit. The grandfathering, however, I think we require a further discussion on this. I don't think we've come to any conclusion on grandfathering. And that's just my comments.
Okay, I'm confused.
All right, we'll go to Mr. Merritt for an answer.
I do appreciate the comments of Councilors Overwater and Bennett. These two bylaws that have been brought in were brought in with the survey in mind. We took the survey and then we tried, because you can see that there was no one universal commentary. What we did get was a pretty good overall, here's the situation if there's going to be a bylaw, and Councilor Overwater is right. There was a favorable, overall favorable that we would allow chickens, but they would be with restrictions. So Mr. Wagstaff did the second one and with his team and was in cooperation with the land use bylaw. It was a working group together to put this together. But we did factor in the survey, which over 600 people did basically speak to. That was a huge response to a survey.
And I think the public deserves to know that as well, who's ever on with us right now, or in the notes afterwards, that we had a wonderful response. Thank you.
We absolutely did, and I'll commend administration. I believe, reading all the comments in the survey and the proposed bylaw right out the gate, that it was a very good encapsulation of the survey that we had. Now we'll work on the finer points like we normally do. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, Your Worship. So, in contemplation, I mean, my sense here is that we did not have people that had illegal chickens. We have people that are now in a situation where we're creating a bylaw, which will cause them to go through a process. And I'm comfortable with the conversation around a development permit. I think it's imperative for people to be good neighbors and talk to their neighbors. But I still think that if they've done that, that can be part of the application process and not require Municipal Planning Commission to review every application. The number of birds and the grandfathering and those other items, that can all be dealt with. I think that's the other bylaw that we can deal with those matters. So those would be my comments.
Very much. Who was next? I think Councillor Overwater or Ryan?
I don't know.
I think Councillor Ryan was in there first, but
I don't care. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater, and thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I totally agree that we looked at the survey. We do these surveys, and we should be following the results of the survey. And I think we have been, and all of council, has taken both and heard from both sides of the issue. I think we can. Work around a few things. When I talked about grandfathering in, when I was talking about that, I would think that those people wouldn't have to make an application for the land use bylaw. That was all I was thinking, was that because they already have the COOP in place, they wouldn't have to bother going through that process. I guess that the one thing is that one seems to be very large, and Director Chance said that would have to be a development permit. So maybe we need to go back and check and see whether that gentleman has a development permit for that size of a shed or coop or whatever.
It's different than a development permit.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm comfortable with being able to say to people who already have coops in place that they can keep them there without having to go through this whole process. And all new applications would have to go through the whole process.
We are going to have to discuss what we do grandfather in, and that's going to be one of the issues. Is if there's some of these buildings that are over the 107 square feet, then yeah, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with them, because even if they were verbally given an okay to have a chicken coop, that certainly should have been something done by administration, saying, well, what's the size of it, and if it's over that 107, then it needed a building permit no matter what.
Yeah.
Mr. Merritt?
There are several grandfathering questions, but on this bylaw specifically O2, there's probably two grandfathering. It's the size of the coop, and the secondly is the setback. And Ms. Wright indicated in one of the responses, which she highlighted, one of them did not have a setback from a neighbor's fence. So it's not just the size of the coop, it is also the setback that was discussed.
Yeah, you're correct, Mr. Merritt. That was kind of one of the ones that I was thinking about when I first brought up the grandfathering, was that one in particular. You know, they didn't have the setback. I don't know what the overall size of the coop was, but you know, if they have approval of the neighbor, then that should be good. If there's not approval of the neighbor, then maybe that has to be looked at.
Director Wagstaff.
And one of the learnings over the last year about chicken coops is most of these are built, you know, with a fairly portable, I mean, they're not easily portable, but they're not a structure that's cemented into the ground and that sort of thing. So I think in the most cases, we're talking not about a significant change in any location for a coop. And if you have to move it over, the intent was, if they have to come through and they have to go through a process to register it, if there were some that were not compliant, they were going to have to become compliant on a move forward basis. We did discuss about grandfathering, whether that was going to be something that we were going to include in. Again, with the issues of this is the start, we wanted to keep it simple, we wanted to keep it understandable, and we didn't want to confuse it with, you know, grandfathering particular items, that if they were going to have chickens, that they were going to start from scratch and you know, apply to have their compliance in place.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, now I've gotten two mixed messages here. I heard Councillor Bennett say anything over 107 square feet, that's when you need a permit. I've heard Director Chance say anything even under 107 needs a permit. So is any kind of chicken coop needs a permit? Is that what you're saying, Director Chant?
The way that the bylaw, way we're presenting the bylaw for council's consideration today for chickens, is that it doesn't matter whether you have one chicken or 6 chickens.
I'm not talking about the number. I'm just talking about the size of the coop.
If you are going to have a chicken, you need to have a permit for a coop, period. And it will go through MPC, period.
Right.
As we've outlined the bylaws we proposed today.
Okay, so the bylaw proposed today, if you want a chicken coop, you have to have a permit, period.
Yes.
And Councillor Thompson, I have to disagree with you very sternly that at the end of the day, I think it's very important that the neighbors know that whoever their neighbor is, you're going to have a chicken coop. And, you know, if we're not going to ask the neighbors about how they feel about a chicken coop, then why would we ask neighbors about indoor hair salon? So, I mean, that opens a whole different can of worms as to what MPC is all about. And I think MPC does a very good job on making decisions regarding the variances of different, you know, bylaws that are coming forward to us. So that's just a statement that I feel we still have to send the letters out to the neighboring people.
Good, thank you. I think I have Councillor Thompson, then Harper.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I don't suggest that neighbors should not be informed. I just suggest that MPC is not required to verify that that occurred. I believe that could be a function of staff, and it's just a matter of making sure that box is ticked on the application without having to delay things and bring a commission into the scenario. If an applicant has talked to their neighbors, has followed the rest of the guidelines in this bylaw, I would be fully satisfied with that. I'm just not of the opinion that we need a committee of 7 or however many to then verify what a staff person could do, and that's what I'm saying.
We have Councillor Harper, then Blatz, then Ryan.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just for clarification, part of this bylaw indicates this, the maximum no larger than 107 square feet of floor area, and that is also including an outdoor enclosure. So is that correct? So all of that square footage is an outdoor area as well for the chickens? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Blatz.
Okay. With all this verbiage going back and forth as to whether neighbors should or should not be notified, it's pretty easy. I know the neighbors in this area were notified, and that's fine. There's been no issues, but we don't always know that that's going to happen, and it pits neighbor against neighbor, and we're already seeing that in other situations. So still, I maintain my original thoughts and my original comments that if it goes through MPC, there is a process that is in place. And it could, yes, delay it to a degree, but at least everybody knows that no neighbor goes against neighbor. And I think that's the better process myself, just my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with Councillor Blatz, having been a former member on the MPC and seeing things that come to it, but also being on the SDAB and seeing how in my last appeal that I was at, neighbors did talk to each other, but what the discussion was and what the reality was were two different things. And the neighbors agreed to one thing, and then something was built that was well beyond what their imagination was. So I think there needs to be a process for neighbors to be heard, and I think MPC would be a good idea. I think that we should continue to go along that route. Now, my only question would be whether or not people who already have coops would have to go through that process. That's my only comment.
All right, I think I have Councillor Overwater, then Harper.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is this a different discussion about over and above this bylaw about the grandfathering? Or is this the discussion that we need to have right now with the grandfathering? Because if it is, then I have an opinion on that. So
we have issues to talk about in grandfathering in this portion. This is the land use bylaw, so we have size that we need to talk about of the existing ones. That we'll do that here in a second. I was trying to get to the end of this process, and then the other one is setback that we need to talk about in the land use bylaw. So we'll do that in just a second. I want to make sure we've got everything else cleared off, and everybody had input on the rest of it. And from my mind, I only see one sort of disagreement with the rest of the bylaw, which is the involvement of MPC. So my plan is after go to Councillor Harper and whoever else wants to speak before we go there, we take a straw poll on the MPC involvement. Then that issue is closed, and then we can talk about grandfathering in.
thank you for the clarity.
Councillor Harper, did you have the state?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. In reference to the land use bylaw, and that's all I'm going to speak to right now, is in order to make application, according to how this bylaw reads, that the applicant will have to prove that they've got a valid license through the town in order to apply for chicken coop. So when we do the straw poll for the MPC part, then I'll talk more about grandfathering, which I would be totally against. I think the people, I'll talk about that later. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
All right, is there anybody else that wants to speak to anything before we do a straw poll on MPC's involvement? Seeing none, I think we have two camps. We have one that wishes to eliminate the MPC involvement in this process and one that wants MPC involved. So I will ask for a show of hands on who does want MPC involved. And one of those two. All right, and against. All right, so I think that's overwhelmingly 6-1 that we have MPC involvement in this process. So the bylaw for that section of it is good as it sits. So now let's move along to grandfathering, size and setbacks. So let's get some opinions. Councillor Harper, you deferred earlier. We'll start with you on this issue.
So, Your Worship, right now we have the land use bylaw before us. I think Parkland Community Planning and our town staff have put a lot of work into it. The way it reads now is very good, very good. And the grandfathering part should not be addressed in reference to this bylaw right now because of the fact that we have to move forward. And I think in deference to all those wonderful people who spoke today, who currently have urban hens, I think they are looking after their hens in a very humanely manner. They're chickens, they're friends, they're a business. Yet we also heard some concerns from other side of the story. And we want to make sure that in fact, these people have pens, chicken coops that are part of the land use bylaw. And in order to do this too, we want to make sure that they've taken an urban hen course. We want to make sure that they have an Alberta license number. And I know that some people are saying, oh, we'll just go underground. This is for the benefit of our town.
Land use bylaw, that's off topic, I think.
But it's all about, in order to get the permit, you got to have that. In order to apply, you have to have the license.
A lot of those questions will come up in our next section in the community standards bylaw. So let's talk about, I think we do have to talk about the grandfathering and the process of those who already do have chickens. I honestly believe that the setback and the size rules need to be adhered to, whether we allow the ones that are already existing or not. Yeah, that's the debate we need to have right now. So any further comments on those two issues? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I stated earlier, these people that have, they've come to our staff and they asked about having a chicken coop. And now whether at that point in time they were told the dimensions of it, I do not know. And maybe even the staff that's here right now doesn't know. It could have been the staff prior. However, I think the ones that have chicken coops, I think that they should apply. However, what would happen then? They apply. We know they're already in existence. We get their dimensions of their coop. This is what's grandfathered today with this person that owns the property of the day. When the property of the day is sold, then that is no longer grandfathered.
Yep.
That's one option.
With that, as an example, I just purchased a house in Douglas Place. The driveway is oversized, wouldn't be allowed under today's land use bylaw. But because of the grandfathering law, it was compliant at the day that it was put into place. But now, if even if I let the property go, it's still going to be acceptable. But if I want to change anything on it or modify it, then it has to live up to today's land use bylaw. I cannot rip up half of that driveway and put it back to the same size it is today, because it doesn't conform to today's bylaws. So I think we need to look at those. I guess it's a pretty simple question. Do we allow the existing coops that are in place today under the old, however it came about, we allow them to stay the size that they are and the setback that they are? Or do we require them to live up to the new standards? I think it's an all or nothing question. So unless somebody else has a different opinion, I think that's the straw poll we need now. Either we grandfather them in, and yes, to your point, Councillor Overwater, if that person moves from there, then nobody can have chickens in that coop until it's rebuilt. If they let go and don't have chickens and let their license to have chickens go for a number of years and then want them back afterwards, then they'll have to live up to the new standards then. But I think it's difficult for us to require them to change their operation that's in place today to the new standards. But if one of those two things happen, it's all bets are off and they have to live up to today's standards. Councillor Thompson.
Your Worship, I personally don't know where all those coops are and haven't seen them and wouldn't suggest that I know what we'd be getting into by doing that. So I would suggest we just give the current coop owners 18 months or 12 months or something to conform to the standard of the day and move forward that way.
Yes, the people that are now that do have chicken operations will have to apply to have a chicken license through the community standards bylaw, which we'll debate here in a little bit. So then we will be more than aware of what's out there and how it is. Very good suggestion. 12 or 18 months to bring the coop up to standards probably isn't a bad thing either. How's everybody else feeling on that? Mr. Wagstaff, let's get you chiming in first. And
Council may recall last council meeting when this was presented for first reading, I had made a comment about the implementation stages of these two bylaws, and that with regards to the license coming in September for the cost of what the license under the community standards bylaw would be, if this was passed in the spring or early summer here, these two bylaws would allow 6 months till January 1st before anyone would be applying for licenses for 2022. So we, given that there was a natural 6 months for any individuals that currently have coops, take a look at the regulations as they've been passed and be able to become compliant before they began their process. Whenever that, I mean, they could start it right away in July if they wished, but they would have, at least 6 months before they had to have this in place.
Councillor Ryan.
I think Councillor Harper was before me, actually, Your Worship.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Harper. I agree with giving them a grace period because they already have the coops in place, and I agree with Councillor Overwater with regards to saying if they stop their operation or if the house changes ownership, then that should just be stopped. There should be no grandfathering. But give them the 18 months, give them the 6 months that it's going to take to implement, and then another year of grace, and should give them enough time to be able to decide whether or not they want to continue their operation or whether they want to be compliant. I'm good with that.
Councillor Harper.
Yeah, I would be totally in favor of giving the present people that length of time to be compliant. Some of them that currently have urban chickens have already admitted that they don't keep them over winter anyways. So they would have times to relocate their chicken coop in a better area of their yard so that they would be compliant that way. And depending on what goes down the road for the CSB about the numbers of chickens, if they don't keep them over in winter anyways, they wouldn't have a problem with that either.
Excellent. Councillor Bennett.
Thank Your worship, I agree with Director Wagstaff and that was in place as he mentioned. So I'm in agreement of the 6 months to whatever it works out to, 12 months, and the license then due in 2022.
Mr. Merritt, before Councillor Blatz. You're on mute, sir.
Just for clarification, what I'm hearing is that it would be January 1st of 2023 for those that have existing coops to get them compliant. They would still have to have a license ASAP, and they would check off that they are getting a license and they have a coop, and then they'd be informed of their need to do the compliance by 23. Is that right?
I think that's what we're talking, correct? Council? Anybody sort of nod or shake?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, good. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. That was going to be my question. I wanted to have actual dates and timelines, so I totally understand what we're discussing and what we've discussed. So thank you.
Excellent. All right. Unless anybody else has any more questions, I believe that's has sewn up. Administration, are you happy and know the direction that council wants to take if we pass second reading now? Mr. Merritt. Yep.
And same with the setbacks, just make sure that they can basically be not compliant with the setback, but in 23 they will have to be. Okay.
I believe that's the will of council. Yep. Councillor Harper.
So I just need some clarification here then. So if we're saying that, is this only in reference to those citizens who presently have chicken coops who don't have to be compliant until January of 2023? Okay, I just want to make sure that the message is out very clear to those people who are contemplating getting urban chickens this year, that if we pass this bylaw, they have to go through the process correctly, and it's phased in this year in reference to license fees, correct? Okay. Just so long as we're all clear.
Today on would, or from when the final reading is done, any coops after that date must comply to the new standards. All right. So administration is clear. We're ready to have a vote on second reading. Yes, Councillor Ryan.
I just want to, do we not need to make an amendment to this?
We do need Councillor Blatz to make a friendly amendment to add as amended.
I thought I kind of did that in my original motion, but that's fine. Friendly amendment, yes.
Okay.
I did say as amended, and I wanted it may, but.
Oh, the may to the will. Or,
yeah.
So we have to make sure we have that as well as the amendment for the timing.
That was my original motion.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Blatz.
Mr. Merritt?
Just want to make sure Ms. Wright has those two I'm seeing two changes, one a grandfathering aspect, and secondly, changing may to will.
Well, there's not really a grandfathering aspect if they have to have it changed by 2023. I wouldn't say that's a grandfathering clause.
Yeah, I'd say it's existing clause, like for any existing coops,
okay.
2023, for any new coops, 2022. Or right away, whatever you want to classify that as.
Sir, I just have one question for clarification. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
So I'm hearing two amendments. So there's the one about the delay in coming into compliance for the existing chicken coops. But was there an additional amendment in regards to the referral process?
With regards to the MPC, it's instead of may distribute to surrounding
will
land
neighbors, it will be will, yes.
Okay. So that would be a new clause that would be added to the bylaw.
Okay,
That's not currently addressed, just so that's clear.
that's right.
So that would be a new addition to the bylaw.
Yep. Okay, so let's do that.
Okay.
Yes, that was my intent. Thank you, Natasha.
Councillor Harper, did you have anything to add? You had your hand up.
You're on mute.
No.
All right, so I think we have everything captured. So at this point in time, I will call for the vote on second reading. All in favor? And opposed? And motion is carried. All right, so that's second reading. So let's move along to unanimous consent. Would somebody like to make a motion for unanimous consent?
Point of order.
I was gonna say,
You don't need a unanimous consent.
Oh, that's right too. We're second reading only. All right. So would anybody like to make motion for third reading? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would move that bylaw number 2021-02 to amend the land use bylaw be given third reading. And a comment?
as amended.
As amended. And while I fought for something a little different, I respect the will of council and think this is a good bylaw.
Any final comments, questions, or concerns? Yes, Councillor Ryan.
I was just wondering if we shouldn't postpone the third reading in order to be able to have a clean, updated copy in front of us so that we know exactly what the amendment's going to say.
Well, we can vote down third reading and bring it back. No. Okay, Mr. Merritt's telling me no.
And the legislative clerk can step in, but I'd prefer you would table it after the second reading was passed and third reading didn't, so it's tabled for the third reading to come back at a later date.
Okay. Councillor Thompson, would you be?
Wait, can I just, okay, legislative clerk put her.
Up.
And there's two reasons for why I think that's important, and I appreciate Councillor Ryan's comment. One is because it would be nice to see the language, and secondly, there's no doubt that 04 and 02 are so related to each other. It would be good to make sure that what's happening in 04 doesn't impact 02 again.
Very good. Yeah, no,
So,
that's okay. So Thompson, would you withdraw your motion?
so I would withdraw my motion and move to table it.
Excellent. All right. Any comments, questions, concerns about the table? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? All right, that motion carries. Well, that's a pretty good length of time, folks. So I think we should probably have a 10-minute recess to have bio breaks and a bit of time off here. So I will ask everybody to come back at 4:45. That actually is a 13-minute break. There we go. Is everybody back? Because I believe we are at the 4:45. So I will call today's meeting back to order. And let's move along to item 5B. Of course, the sister to the last discussion we just had. Mr. Merritt.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll ask Director Wagstaff to speak to this item to give a brief overview, and what we're hoping for is approval of the second and third reading.
Thank you.
As this has been presented at the March 2nd Policies and Priorities Committee meeting, as well as taken debate under first reading, Council asked administration to return with some amendments, and those 4 amendments, these conversations that the Council had when it was previously presented for the first reading, are as presented today. A consideration for the number of hens, as you heard some debate earlier from residents as to whether that number should be moved away from as it's presented at 6 hens, and that's 6.51C. some consideration whether there will be an amendment for 6.53 to add 2 clauses, which are E and F. G and H, as presented in the document, currently exist. It would just add clause E and F, that an applicant has taken a course on the safe handling of hens and eggs prior to issuance of a license, and that the applicant has registered with the Alberta Premises Identification Program. With that, I do want to note at this point in time that in the documentation that the government of Alberta provides with regards to the PID, the Premises Identification, they do address the issue of pets versus livestock, and I'm going to read from the document and quote from the document. Within the you may think of your animal or bird as a pet, but it may also be considered livestock, as you will need to register your premises. With the addition of backyard flocks, typically in urban areas and acreages with a number of hobby animals and birds, it is important to know that your hobby or pet is also considered livestock. So with that, it does address those concerns that were raised. It's both a pet and livestock. So under those conditions, one doesn't negate the other. You might keep it like a pet, but it is classified with the government and Alberta Agriculture as livestock. Poultry is. So that does address that part that was asked earlier. Also, the and sexed of chickens is an agricultural term. And the reason and rationale for our definition as it's presented today, and it has been presented as it was originally written, under the urban hen definition, it does say a hen of the age of 16 weeks. That is common language in every other bylaw that there is. The reference to that under the research is that, yes, it can differentiate, or it can be different between different breeds, and even maturity at different levels, but between the ages of 8 weeks to 12 weeks, once you get by that period of time, irrespective of one's breed or the gestation period, questions there, it has gone a period of time long enough to be able to firmly identify. Up until that period of time, depending upon a number of variables, it is still literally, the research says, a flip of a coin as to what the gender of that bird will be. So that's the rationale for using 16 weeks as the definition. And the last portion is section 6.54, potentially for council's consideration today, on the maximum number of urban hen licenses. And council did ask that I had it right here on page 33 of your package. There is a column that will line up if you wanted to take a look at the number of licenses per population, how many hen licenses could be issued in the town of Olds. If it said per 1,000, there would only be 10 licenses. In your package today, you will see that there was a recommendation of 250, one urban hen license per 250. That was based off of some rough guesses as a discussion point for council to make a decision. That we are aware, anecdotally, there is at least a dozen to 15 currently. Those are the number of individuals that we've heard from in one way or another over the last few months. So at the very least, there is probably a couple dozen at the very least currently out there. There is no way to affirm that until we require licensing to occur. And then once they license, then we'll have a firm number to move on from there. So that's where the 250 came from as a starting point for discussion for council on the 4 potential amendments that you had discussed at a high level in the last meeting. So the options before council today are a second reading as was presented and as it's presented, or there are options for 3 separate motions that could be looked at as amendments to the current bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wagstaff. May I start with second reading on this bylaw, please? A motion. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that bylaw 2021-04 Community Standards Amendment Bylaw be given second reading.
Thank you. And well, let's, do we want to just a general debate to begin with, or do we want to go in? Okay, let's start with a general debate. Councillor Thompson, I think you had your hand up first. Anybody else? Okay, then Blatz, then Overwater. Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. To start with one point then, under the definition 6.51 that Mr. Wagstaff just commented on, I wonder if we add, if we change the word a under 6.51b. Now it says a hen. If it said an urban hen, that would alleviate the issue of a person having chicks up to the age of 16 weeks. Mr. Wagstaff, could you comment?
I'm just trying to follow.
I'll just
You're
repeat,
wanting to
just-
eliminate the requirement of having a hen of 16 weeks or less?
So by maintaining the current definition of a hen, an urban hen, here it says a hen other than an urban hen for which a valid license has been issued. So a person who wants their chicks to imprint might get them younger than 16 weeks. By adding the word an urban and removing a, it would allow them to have a 16, they would be allowed to have birds younger than 16 weeks, but still meet all the definition requirements. If I understand correctly.
Correct. By removing a hen would allow hens that are under 16 weeks. Correct. If that was the wishes of council, that could be an amendment as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, who was next? I think it was Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Nowhere in this at all do I ever see any, unless I missed it, and I apologize if I did, but anywhere in this whole keeping of chickens portion of it, do we see anything that could say this would be a trial period? And I'm wondering if that should be something that should be discussed or be a portion of this, because I know that we've talked about this several times today, that this is a living and working document and it's all there, but I'm just wondering, did I miss it, that it's part of it, or should we make this portion of it just on like a 2 or 3 year trial basis?
Mr. Wagstaff.
So I can provide some background for council if they wish to have that debate. Where they have piloted it, there were not bylaws in place. So I believe Airdrie, Devon, I'd have to look exactly, but there were pilot projects that were put in place before they brought in a bylaw. So they administratively did it around their licensing. And then after, some of them haven't completed their pilots, but after they complete their pilots, then they bring in a bylaw. But prior to a pilot, during a pilot, it's not an actual bylaw.
That might be a little difficult to do because there's a fair amount of money involved to get these things set up to begin with. And then all of a sudden we pull the rug out from everybody, unless of course we're getting, a whole bunch of unintended consequences that we're not seeing here today. But I think we would probably have seen those in other communities in the past. So Mr. Wagstaff, before
and the pilots, from the research, the pilots did have very limited. So even in the city of Airdrie, they only piloted 10 to begin with before they started to move forward. So the pilots were a very contained small group, even in larger centers.
Sorry, everybody's scattered around. So I think it's Councillor Harper, Councillor Overwater, and then maybe back to Councillor Blatz.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I believe the Community Standards Bylaw is a living document. I originally sort of thought about a pilot project. I think we're beyond that, and we can always make changes to the community standards bylaw. I would like to speak against Councillor Thompson's suggestion that we change that, amend the document. I believe that we need to keep urban hens as defined, 16 weeks of age. It is recommended. We can't tell really the sex of a chick until they are older. And we want to prevent roosters in our town. And it would be a lot harder for children to have to be told that they have to give up something they've raised for 3 weeks or 6 weeks because it's all of a sudden a rooster, which is would be a deterrent to the neighbors.
Excellent point, Councillor Holker. Thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think to a certain degree, I think, having chickens right now, it's a fad, in my opinion. And I think, a lot of people, they'll think, oh, they can have chickens and they'll go and they'll do whatever. But, I think to a certain degree, it will even itself out. I mean, I don't have a problem with having 40 chicken licenses out there. We're a spread out town. So, if we had 40 permits for chickens, I don't have a problem with that. I understand why people want some of them just want to be able to hatch that little chicken. And, to see that happening, in a kid's eyes is, quite exciting. And so I would kind of hate to take that away if they're only going to get them at 16 weeks of age. Like, I mean, if at the end of the day a rooster's carrying on, well, then that's what we got Eric for. He's going to go over there and take that rooster no matter what, because people know they can't have a rooster. So, I just, I would hate to take that little bit away from kids for them to be able to see these, little chicks hatching, and, it's a learning thing for them. I mean, I don't know. I just, there's roosters in there. Well, that's why we got a bylaw, and that's why we say you can't have a rooster. So.
Well, I think that's going to have to be something that's made abundantly clear to the people if we do go to the less than 16 weeks, that if you've got one of these breeds that you can't tell and your kid gets imprinted and falls in love with that turns out to be a male, then the male's got to go bye-bye because...
Well, all they have to do is sign the form when they're doing the permit. You sign the form saying if you got a rooster, look, it's not going to stay where you think it's going to stay.
Yeah. All right. I think Councillor Blatz was next.
Thank you, Worship. Mine was more supplemental. I just wanted to thank Director Wagstaff for the clarification, because as we did see in some of our earlier emails and discussions, that there was the question whether or not this would be a trial, could be done on a trial basis. So I'm glad for the clarification. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other general questions before we get into the individual questions? All right, seeing none. So I think Director Wagstaff, you identified, Councillor Overwater.
Okay, so I'm not really sure where we talk about, the odor and the concerns that our residents had about chickens. Where do we talk about that in this right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, if I refer back to the public engagement, the main 4 concerns for the residents were, number 1, the odor, the noise, the yard appearance, predator, illness, and then no concerns. So, I mean, the top 3 were odor, yard appearance, and noise. So, I guess as Eric, as the bylaw officer, is that going to be hard to, enforce? And in whose opinion that there's an odor or there's a noise, and do the people have to mark down every 5 minutes that chickens are clucking and and the smell is wafering because they have a southeast wind. Like, how do we enforce that? Just
Sergeant Christensen.
Eric.
Through the chair to yourself. I mean, it's going to be very similar. It would be similar to dog barking, right? We can't be everywhere, so we would depend on the person making the complaint to keep a log, to let us know when it is noisy, the smell. I mean, of course, smell, we can see that or smell that when we are at that location. But as for the noise, it would be based on a complaint-driven requirement. And, down at the end of the day, if it becomes a violation, then it would be whoever's making the complaint would have to be the one going to court to determine the sound.
Back it up. Yeah, I think our community standards bylaw is pretty clear on a number of those issues. The unsightly premises and noise bylaws are pretty tight, and we've had them in place for a considerable amount of time, and we've hopefully worked through the bugs. I mean, there's always individual incidents that are going to crop up and have a judgment call, but I think we have a very level-headed Sergeant Christensen here, and can make some of those determinations for us. And so far, it seems like everything's going well with the community standards bylaw, other than what we're here today with. Director Wagstaff, before I go on to Councillor Thompson.
And that's odors specifically addressed in 6.60E, where a person who keeps urban hens must maintain the coop in good repair and sanitary condition and free from vermin and noxious or offensive smells and substances.
Very good.
Well, I did read that, Director Wagstaff. I'm just wondering, because sometimes the enforcement part sometimes can be a little difficult. Just saying.
They're always a challenge, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Ryan was desperately waving, so we'll go to Councillor Ryan.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. You had missed me when I was doing my hand up part. Anyway, thank you. So I do have a question with regards to the waste and the disposal of it. So this would be under section 6.60, and it's on section K, section L, more like section L. So remove all other manure not used for composting or fertilizing and dispose of such in accordance with town bylaws. So I'm just wondering, what is the town bylaws with regards to that? And I want to make sure that we don't have people like storing a ton of waste in their backyard, not using it for not putting in the composter, not using it for composting, just storing that, because that could create your odor. I think the noise part that Councilor Overwater said would be mitigated, because you have, when they apply for a coop, they have to go to MPC. The neighbors would know, and if they approve it, the neighbors are in agreement with it, then they would already know that there's going to be a little bit of noise, a little clunking along. But the odor would be my concern with regards to how they're storing their waste and how much waste they're storing in their backyard if they're not composting it or if they're not using it in their gardens and that kind of stuff. We did hear from the one guy one gentleman who said that he was using quite a lot of his manure for his gardens, but now that I'm just concerned about whether or not this is clear enough on number 6.6L.
Director Wagstaff.
Well, it was intended to not be specific when it said in accordance with other town bylaws, so that if a bylaw changed in the waste bylaw, it wouldn't need to be changed here. So that you're following the other town bylaws like the waste bylaw. So if, let's, as an example, say that for some reason that type of waste, chicken manure wasn't allowed to go into the green bins, we don't need to change more than one bylaw to have that happen. It only has to occur in the waste bylaw, as an example. I don't even know if it's in the waste bylaw, but that's why it says just in accordance with other town bylaws.
Okay, and there's also a possibility, like at some point we might not have the green bin. So then what do they do to get rid of that? overage that they're not using. Right.
And then they have to do it within town bylaws, and they can't stockpile it.
Yeah, okay, good. That's what I want to hear. Can't stockpile it. Thank you.
Sergeant Christensen, does that encompass yours?
Yes, it does. And it's just going to say that they're only allowed to store 85 liters, which is 3 cubic foot at any time on their location.
Okay. All right, so I have Councillor Thompson, then Harper, I believe. Anybody else wants in, please wave again. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on page 31 of our agenda, item 7.9 speaks to vicious dogs, and I'm not sure what the relation is on this page.
Mr. Wagstaff?
So in the full bylaw, it is under the powers of the Chief Administrative Officer for appeals is 7.9. And the only amendment that happens with regards to chickens is previously it only spoke to vicious dogs, which is 6.16, and cats. So you could appeal the licensing or vicious dog. The only relation to the changes here were 6.59 needed to be added so that the same appeal process could happen with chicken licensing as it does with both the other appeals that are allowable within the community standards bylaw with regards to animals. Does that help clarify why that portion's in there?
Very good, thank you. Councillor Harper.
I'm just going back to Councillor Ryan's question in reference to 6.60 K and L. So am I presuming that if somebody who has urban chickens wants to compost, they have to do it in an enclosed container? Yes or no? Is it clear enough? Or can they have an open area in their backyard where they can compost straw and waste?
Staff, or is it?
I may refer, I know I can see the wheels turning. If Sergeant Christensen might be able to comment on there, is it enforceable in your eyes, and does it allow for open composting?
Yeah.
It doesn't allow for open storage, so if it's not actual compost and it's just the manure, it's clear that you must have it in a container.
Sergeant Christensen?
Yeah, that's the way I'm reading it as well. It has to be stored within an enclosed container. That's fairly clear and enforceable. It's anything more than the 85 liters. I'm just kind of searching through this. If you can just give me a minute to look at that.
Okay, we'll come back to you. So hold that thought, Councillor Harper, and remind me if you don't get the answer to that. Let's go to Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship.
Not for Sergeant Christensen.
Sorry, are you okay? Okay. What about the number? I know we've had lots of talk whether it should be 4, whether it should be 6, whether it should be 12.
Yeah.
Should we?
Yeah, we'll get to that. I've got 4 sections here that we're going to do
okay.
On.
Okay.
And
sorry.
Wanted some general discussion first, and Director Wagstaff has his hand up.
And if Sergeant Christensen would like to chime in at any point while I'm speaking, he may. My thoughts on that were, Councillor Harper, is if you've got compost, I'm not aware, we'd have to look into it and get back to council. I'm not aware that we actually regulate how a compost in a yard would have to occur, whether it could be in an enclosed container of composting or whether you could have an open pit of composting. I think what is clear in here is that you can't stockpile the manure alone. I would understand that if an officer came along and there was odor issues, whether it's compost or whether it's manure alone, if there's an odor issue, there's an odor issue, regardless of what the cause of that odor is. And that's how it would be addressed. If there's no odor, then there isn't an issue of whether you've composted it 80-20 in whichever fashion, if it's not an odor issue.
Excellent. Sergeant Christensen?
still trying to find the other answer, but that's right. If it comes down to an order issue, it would have to fall within the bylaw. If it's outside of the bylaw, then it becomes an enforceable issue.
Right. Okay, does that answered your question, Councillor Harper and Overwater?
Would it also, just a question, would it also become unsightly premises?
I'm thinking any compost could be, and that would be an officer discretion to take a look at the overall context of what's going on in the site.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. It would fall if it was unsightly, then it would fall under the community standards unsightly.
Well, thank you. Councillor, I think it's Thompson next, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Your Worship. I would like to see 6.61A changed. I appreciated the comments made earlier by the gentleman whose children are selling eggs, and all of 6.61A I would advocate to have removed, allowing for the sale of eggs and other chicken products.
6.61 I'm adding to our list of straw polls. So anybody, if you want to chime in on that. I'm of the thinking that, yeah, we could probably do that as long as we have the number of hens allowed in town. That way we don't have 30 hens and a robust business trying to happen, because of course we don't want that inside town limits. So anybody else with general discussion before we start on the straw polls? Yes, Councillor Ryan.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering if we would be talking about any grandfathering in again, or not necessarily grandfathering, but existing operations, because you know, we might want. I'm sorry.
I've got two columns going right now. Straw.
Okay.
And then whether we need to grandfather them and talk about that on.
Yeah. Let's not say the word grandfather. Let's just say existing compared to new.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Like senior counselors. We don't use that word anymore.
Yeah, no grandfather. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, so that's and that's the 6.1, right, or 6.61. Okay. All right. Any other general discussion before we start straw polls? All right, seeing none, and help me along the way, Mr. Wagstaff. First one I have is number of hens. So let's, I guess, let's just go around the horn and throw numbers out. I have Councillor Overwater in my far left, so we'll start there. Sorry, I'm going along my screen.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Second, so.
Well, you know what? I don't think I have a problem with 10 hens.
Oh, okay.
That's my thing.
Okay. I'm happy with the 6. I have Mr. Councillor Thompson next.
I would go as far as I would allow for the full 12 to get us out of the existing grandfather issue.
You're not supposed to use that one.
Yes. All right. Councillor Harper is next on my screen.
Originally, I wanted to say keep it at 4. I will go up to 6 and leave it at that. No more.
Okay. Councillor Bennett.
I'm fine with 6.
And Councillor Blatz.
I'm fine with 6, providing that perhaps we look at the existing ones and eventually they will have to comply.
Yeah, we'll have that down. And I think it's existing operations just don't get new ones until they're down to the 6.
Okay.
So or whatever number we land on, it sort of sounds like 6, but we'll go to Councillor Ryan for her number.
I'm good with 6 and going along with what Councillor Blatz and you just said with regards to existing.
Councillor Overwater.
I can go with 6 if the existing people, they can do whatever they do. I don't know, like, are we getting into the slaughter of these guys too?
Well, no, that's a natural thing that happens along. If they're for egg production, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong out there, it's sort of 2.5 years old, and then they
3 years tops.
3 years tops.
Well, don't these people, do these people eventually eat them?
I don't think you can after a 3-year-old.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure of the process, but it'll be gone one way or another in 3 years.
I know, but it says in here, slaughter any urban hen on the property. So does that mean that, they've got 6 hens and they want a chicken for chicken Christmas dinner? They can go out and slaughter the chicken in the backyard. Maybe it's not the pet. It might not be the pet. It might be just the chicken.
I would imagine that wouldn't be a pet. I can't imagine.
Well, no, it wouldn't be a pet. It would be the slaughter.
Yes. Director Wagstaff.
So 6.61C addresses that by disposal has to occur by delivering it in one of those ways. It cannot happen on site. So
No, I know, but disposal means they're actually getting rid of it. They want to eat it. Can they eat it? Can they kill it and eat it?
they may not. It's 6.61B says there's no person shall slaughter any urban hen on the property.
Well, that's what we're debating though.
But you can raise the chicken, send it to a farm to be slaughtered, and then eat it afterwards. That's fine. We just want the slaughter taking place in town.
Okay, I just want clarity so that I know that my neighbor gets a chicken and all of a sudden he cuts its head off and it's flopping around.
Yeah. I think, and I think allowing the existing operations to let the culling happen naturally is a fine thing too. We have people with 12. Well, you just don't get new ones until you're down under the 6 number.
Yeah.
Okay, I got clarity now. I'm good now.
They let the cull the flock, and once they get down to 5, then they can buy a new one.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Mayor.
Everybody else seem like that's a good policy?
I agree with that as well.
Okay. Natasha, you're you're the wordsmith that has to come up with this one. She's laughing and shaking her head up and down, which is good. Mr. Merritt.
Oh, I think this is Mr. Wagstaff's responsibility to do the wordsmithing on the community standards bylaw.
Okay, well, we'll probably be doing the same thing we did with the land use bylaw, just have second reading today and then get the verbiage all changed up properly and bring it back for third reading once we can see it. Okay, so that's number of hens. Next on my list is 6.60.
Mr. Mayor.
Director,
I see that as an implementation piece. I don't see that it requiring any language in the bylaw to change. That's on an enforcement implementation, which we have directives from the CAO previously on both implementation or if something needs to be paused in our enforcement. So I don't see any language needing to change on the phasing in with regards to the bylaw.
Excellent. All right, if administration's comfortable with that, then I'm good too. Next, we have 6.60 E and F. So maintaining coop and was that one of the issues we needed to discuss?
That's in the other bylaw, isn't it?
It's not currently in the bylaw. So if council desires to have an applicant required to take a safe handling course with regards to education, they would need to pass this amendment as it was presented. And if council wishes to also include the applicant must have registered with the Alberta's Premise Identification Program, this is an amendment that would be required in order to have that requirement.
Okay, well then let's talk education. Councillor Ryan, then Harper.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, here we go with the existing and new. So the existing operations probably doesn't necessarily need education. They've been running them for a year, 2 years, 3 years, who knows how many years they've been going. And so what would be the point in enforcing that? But I do think that they should be required to have the PDI number, because that's a from what Director Wagstaff read to us earlier. I mean, that sounds to me like that it's an automatic that they should have to have that. And even G, that they should have to comply with those provincial and federal rules. I mean, that to me, that's just a standard that should be set, no matter whether it's our bylaw or anybody's bylaw. So I think that when I talked to, and I was a big proponent for education, I still think that people need to be educated when they're dealing with livestock. This is not a domesticated animal, and I think that they should have some kind of understanding of what they're getting into if it's a brand new operation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Director Wagstaff first, and then we'll go to Councillor Harper.
And I would certainly ask, Sergeant Christensen if he has a view on this as well. I do see a concern administratively from posing existing, because there is no existing. There might be operations out there, but there hasn't been anything that's been regulated prior to this. So anything that comes forward the first time they apply prior to, say, 2023, as was described earlier, anything that would come as an application would be considered existing, whether they went out tomorrow and did it or whether they've been doing it for the last 12 months. We would have no way of knowing when they come in to do their application whether they've been doing it for a day or whether they've been doing it for months, as it currently exists. So if we have this requirement, I would suggest that we require, an education certificate. It's not highly expensive, as we found, about $60, I think, is the course that is most common across the province that Sergeant Christensen has now taken just to see what it's like.
As a graduate.
And I just see an administrative challenge for us if we're considering who's educated and who's not, existing or otherwise.
No, that's a fair point. That'll be a difficult thing to administer. Councillor Harper. You're on mute now.
I would support the fact that we continue to keep that the course in there in our bylaw. It's a matter of 2 hours of somebody's time, as long as somebody's taken the course. I see one of the presenters today said he found everything on Google to find out about how to raise hens. It's 2 hours of somebody's time to take a course. And it doesn't have to be a $60 course. It could be even free course if Olds College wants to offer it. We don't know. As long as they've taken a course.
Well,
you can always learn something new.
That sort of presents a bit of an administrative boondoggle in my mind. I think if we're going to set education as a requirement, we need to set what kind of education, what course they must take, because again, you could there could be a 20-minute course and there can be a 6-hour course, but I think, and where do you draw the line? So I think we need to set the bylaws. If there's an education, then we go with Sergeant Christensen's one that he said he's comfortable with, and that's the course everybody takes. But to just say you have to have education, yeah, how do you enforce that? Let's go to Sergeant Christensen, and then I'll allow Councillor Harper to retort on that.
I just want to mention that I know one other municipality in the close area that's looking at chickens right now as well, and they're making it mandatory to take the Chickens 101 course through River City.
Councillor Harper?
I'm perfectly okay with that. I think everybody needs an education course, period.
Okay, good enough. Who is next? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do agree with education. I think you should be educated on this matter. But I do not necessarily think we have to point out to which course they take, as long as they bring in a certificate of or have some kind of have some kind of proof of taking the class. I mean, when I talked to a couple of the communities that when I did research, they had run their own course. They had a local chicken farmer who came in and put it on for an hour or two in the afternoon. And you know, I just don't think we need to say you have to take this specific course, because there's a couple of courses out there. We have local people who are experts in the field. We have the old college here that might be interested. I mean, it could be something that they'd be interested in doing for our local residents. We don't know until maybe we approach the subject with them, but I just think that I think education is good. And if it's difficult, like Director Wagstaff said, to monitor, you know, who's done it before and who hasn't, I think then we should just make it a requirement for all to have education.
Mr. Merritt.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Ryan, because one of the presenters today said that they offer somewhat of a course on handling chickens, and they are in the business. I don't think we can narrow it down to one. I think all administration should be able to do is say there is a requirement. Please give us the list, and then we can possibly do a general audit of one of every 10 people come in to see if it was a legitimate one. But it shouldn't be a very administratively burdensome thing that is asked of administration, because we're not the experts on it. And the one that Sergeant Christensen took, we knew was a very much established one, but we don't know of all the ones out there. So let's be careful of what we're asking administration to do.
Well, and they may not have it every single month or whatever. They might only have it once or twice a year, and then you've missed it. It's already gone. So if you limit it to just the one, somebody has to wait 6 months. You don't know.
Okay, that sounds like let's do a straw poll on that type of wording where it's education, a certificate brought in at the time of application. So that's a beforehand thing. So that along with, well, we'll do the PID after. So education, yes to education. All in favor? And no to education. All right, that education passes 6-1. All right. Now, PID. Any debate around getting the provincial premises identification? I personally believe that should be mandatory. Obviously, the legislation, we get into trouble when we try and over-regulate a level of government above us. So as it is required by the Alberta government, I don't think we're in any position to override their infinite wisdom and or whatever that happens to be these days. So so I'm in favor of the PID. Mr. Merritt.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if we were or not. Every federal provincial legislation or regulation overrides our bylaws.
Absolutely. So Mr. Wagstaff.
So having it, and it not all bylaws have the PID in it, some do. What we're talking about here is, in order for an applicant to get a license, they need to provide proof that they have actually registered under PID. It's an interesting chicken and egg analogy, because you have 30 days legally under the Animal Health Act in order to register with a PID, whereas we're requiring them to register in order to get a license, in order to get the chickens. So, but they may register with PID and then not end up having them, but they still have to produce that or show the officer that they are in the process of producing that with in order to get a license.
Well, I think it's that's an education piece we can do at the counter, right? What, you know, if we don't require it and 6 months later the Alberta government comes knocking on this person's door saying you should have had a PID all along and we didn't tell them, then we look like we're not doing our job as well. So I think we should put that that verbiage into the bylaw. So Do I need to take straw poll on that, or is everybody happy with that? I see a lot of nodding up and down, so that's a good thing. So we'll make that one pass. Next I have on my list is 6.54, maximum hen licenses in town. So would anyone want to kick off debate on that, or willing to put out a number? Or Councillor Overwater, you seem to have your hand up first, I think.
Thank you, Worship. You want an answer on how many licenses we should put out there?
Yeah, either that or no restriction.
You know what? At the end of the day, after all this discussion, I think we're probably close to half of what administration is already proposing here. So you know what? I'm good with 40. That's what admin's proposing. I'm good with that.
Okay, next in my screen I have Councillor Thompson.
I don't think we need to set a limit. I don't think we have any issues to date, and I don't think we need to overregulate.
Okay. Councillor Harper.
I'm certainly not good with 40 licenses. I think we need to take into consideration all those people that were not necessarily in favor of urban chickens in our town and go about it gradually. You're probably right. We're probably already at close to 20 licenses. So figure out the math. And I'm saying one license for every 500 or 750 people. Let's say 750.
So what does that give us again? Well, we don't have 750, but it would be 25. So that would be pretty much nobody else gets a license.
No, I don't agree with that.
I don't either.
So we have 25 for a vote of 1. Okay, so Councillor Bennett.
I'm fine with 40.
Fine with 40. Okay, Councillor Blatz.
Yeah, I'm fine with 40. I think that gives us a starting ground. And
okay, Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, I was probably going to go with a lower number before we started all of this. I didn't realize there was that many out there that are already existing. So if we went with a number that Councillor Harper had mentioned, then there wouldn't be any room for anybody else to join in. So, I mean, I think I would go halfway and go the 33, and then allow so that we can review at a later date and say, okay, well, there isn't that many people who really want to do it. Do we really need to have any kind of limit, like Mr. Thompson, Councillor Thompson has said, or should we expand it further? So if we at least have a limit that's somewhere in between, then there's room to change at a later date and allow for growth in the future.
You're saying 33?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Overwater.
Do you want to take Councillor Thompson's vote number first?
His what? I did.
His vote number. What do you want, Councillor Thompson? Huh?
I don't think it's required at this time.
Oh, okay. I just want everybody to remind you that there was 67% that said that they did want chicken coops in our community. Just saying.
So I have 1 vote for no limits. I have 3 votes for 40, 1 vote for 25, and 1 vote for 33. I would concur with the 40. And again, this is a living document. If we find out that this is too much, we can put a lower restriction and then just weed out the ones that let them go afterwards. So, Councillor Harper.
I would just like to say that it's okay, you can gradually increase, but you can't take away.
Well, sure we can.
Sure we can.
It's tougher to.
No.
No, you're right there.
So that's what I'm cautioning. You can gradually increase, but you can't not necessarily take away.
That's why I suggested the 33.
Okay, I would
go
go
a halfway
with
mark.
Councillor Blatz.
well, I agree, Councillor Harper, that you can't take it away. But my guesstimation, based on the conversations that we've had and the people presenting, we're probably pretty close to that number already. I mean, Director Wagstaff had indicated he thought maybe about 15 or 20, but, or someone did earlier, I can't remember, don't recall exactly who said that, but I would suspect that, you know, we're pretty close to, if anything, we'd be very close to 33. So I'm comfortable with the 40 for right now. And you know, if everything starts to really run amok, then we'll have to review it, or next council will have to review it. Literally runs amok.
Runs amok.
All right. Okay. All right. Anybody want to change their mind on their number?
No.
All right. So it looks like 40 is the number. All righty. So that's that one. Now I have 6.61A, the sale of eggs, manure, meat, or other products from Urban Hens. Let's start the debate backwards on, well, I guess yay or nay is pretty easy. We'll start going from the bottom up. So Councillor Ryan, you're first bottom up.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I'm okay with selling the eggs, but not the meat.
Okay. All right, Councillor Blatz, you're next on the list there.
I'm okay with selling the eggs. I mean, we're limiting the amount of chickens anyway, so I'm not with the meat and a little bit skeptical about the manure, but for sure I'm okay with selling eggs.
Right. Okay. Councillor Bennett.
I'm fine with eggs, but not with the other items.
Councillor Harper.
You're on mute.
I know I
Hear you.
am. I'm trying to unmute it.
Test the mute button.
I'm okay with taking off, removing the selling of eggs.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I want to see it all removed. I don't see a difference. They're not going to be butchering animals in their yards. It's all by abattoir or something like that. So I don't know why we'd have any of these restrictions.
Okay. Councillor Overwater.
Eggs.
Okay, well, that seems to be the majority. So if administration can pull out eggs out of 6.61A, that will read the way most council wants it to, I believe. All right, Mr. Wagstaff, this is your time to tell me if I've hit everything.
Before you go, Your Worship, now we did have some conversation from some of the people that spoke today about, you know, possibly all their chickens weren't in a cage. So are we okay with them running around in the backyard with the 6-foot fence is what some of the conversation was, or they have to be in the enclosed run?
Okay. Some free range chickens, is that what we're saying?
Well, I don't know. I'm just, you know, there was that conversation. So I think we should make it clear one way or another.
Yeah. I've got Councillor Ryan and then Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. We only had actually the one person who said that they had their chickens out, and then somebody else has mentioned that one of them got loose and was running around the street. I don't think that's a good idea. I think they need to be contained. I would hate to see something, a chicken get loose and get run over, then we're even more problems. So I think that we should have the chickens contained.
Councillor Thompson, then Blatz.
Yeah, I started playing with the wording on this one, and I think it's hard to manage when you open it up. You could say keep each urban hen in a coop or pen or under direct supervision. But again, it becomes subjective, and so I'd suggest we just keep it as is.
Thank you. I guess my concern with, I mean, if we keep it as is, that's fine. My concern is more so, yes, there was a rogue chicken in the area who was caught, and it was unfortunate. Luckily, nothing happened, and it didn't attract any any type of animals hunting it. But I mean, how do we police this? I mean, are we going to have to be sending our bylaw officers around all the time, or I guess it'll be complaint based? But I mean, nobody's complaining so far about the chickens. I mean, Eric, if you can concur, you've had not a lot of complaints to date in regards to this whole situation. So therefore, you know, I mean, you could be pitting neighbor against neighbor if you start saying, well, they must, or they shall. So that's just my comment. So I don't know. I guess I'd like to hear from either Director Wagstaff or Sergeant Christensen.
Go to Sergeant Christensen first and then Director Wagstaff.
Since I've been here, I've only had 2 complaints of chickens at large.
Okay, so everybody keep the chickens in a row. No, that's
And my comments were going to be twofold. One is at large might not be connected to whether they were free range or not. If they get out,
out of the pen.
They get out, sort of thing. But I have a suggestion of what could be made to capture if council desires to have some leniency to, at times, the chickens pecking through the yard and getting worms, and as you heard today, which I think isn't that uncommon, even for those that have them contained. At times they might stroll through the backyard. In 6.60C, it could read, keep each urban hen in a coop or pen at all times and shall not be unsupervised free range in the yard, indicating that you must, responsible adult has to be present while the chickens are free ranging. You don't leave them out there overnight. You don't leave them unsupervised free ranging.
Okay. How's that for everybody? Looks like there's a lot of nodding going on, so that's a good indication. So unless anybody has a strenuous objection, let's make that change as well. Mr. Wagstaff, Director Wagstaff. And now I'll tap on your shoulder and see if I've missed anything that we need to clarify. Let's go to Councillor Harper first.
So once again, I'm going to just say that the way it reads right now is okay with me. We only had one comment that they allowed their hens to roam in their own yard. We have to have that balance between people who want urban chickens and people who really don't necessarily want them in there as their neighbors. So let's try to have that balance, please.
Fair enough.
I'm good with the way it's written. I just brought it up because it was brought up by a person.
Councillor Ryan.
I agree with Councillor Harper. I mean, that's the reason why I said it earlier, that we only had one person who said they had their chickens running free. And I just think that they should be contained. And I think I'm happy with the way it's worded right now.
Okay. Anybody else chiming in? Seeing that, okay, then let's leave it the way it is. I'm happy with that too. All right, Director Wagstaff, did I hit all the bullet points?
I believe so, from my perspective, that you have and council have cleared to come back with a third reading with some amendments.
Excellent.
So tabling today if you desired to do so.
Great. Well, we'll pass second amendment and we'll bring that back for third. Is that, I think that's the process we need to take, Mr. Merritt?
That is the same process we did with the land use. So yes, if you pass second, has the amendment as amended, and then table third reading until a future date.
Excellent. All right. Unless there's any other discussion, I had Councillor Blatz make the motion. So you're happy with amended as discussed? All right.
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Last chance on second reading. Seeing no hands up, I'll call for the vote. All in favor and opposed. That motion carries. All right, so do I need a formal tabling? I think we just...
Yeah.
Okay, so may I have a motion to table third reading till next council meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we table bylaw, I just have to find the number here. Bylaw 2021-4 the community standards amendments bylaw until the next council meeting. For table third reading
So the
and bring it back to the next council meeting.
All right, questions, comments, concerns? Being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries as well. I have a quick question for Mr. Fox. In our invite, we said 6 o'clock was the limit. It won't kick us out? Very good, okay. We're running a little bit late, but that's okay. We'll get some more stuff done. I hope, Director Linderman, you're awake, because you're up. Let's move along to item 5C, bylaw 2021-06 supplementary assessment bylaw. Director Linderman, unless of course CAO wants in.
No, Director Lindeman will speak to this bylaw.
All right, she looks bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so let's go.
You betcha. So today we have a supplementary assessment bylaw for 3 readings. So the MGA requires that we pass this bylaw annually. Supplementary assessments are meant to capture those improvements that happen during the year in which a tax is imposed. So it would be anything from January 1st to August 31st of this year. We began doing supplementary assessments in 2018, and the revenue does vary year to year. I did write down some numbers just so you know. When we first introduced it in 2018, we received $26,640 in extra tax revenue. 2019, $9,000, and in 2020, $4,400. And with that, I will leave it to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Director Linderman. May I have a motion for first reading, please? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that supplementary assessment bylaw 2021-06 be given first reading.
Excellent. Questions, comments, concerns? This is something we do every year or have done since 2018 has approached, and I fully, wholeheartedly believe it's the way to go. So unless anybody has any other questions or comments, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. All right, may I have a second reading motion, please? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that supplementary assessment bylaw 2021-06 is given second reading.
Excellent, thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. All right, may I have a motion for unanimous consent? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move the council give unanimous consent for presentation of the third reading of supplementary assessment bylaw 2021-06 and.
All right, comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote and please hold your hands. All in favor? And that's 2, 4, 6, 7. So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, let's have third reading, please. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I would move that supplementary assessment bylaw 2021-06 be given third and final reading.
Excellent. Last chance for a comment, question, or concern. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's continue on to item 5D, bylaw 2021-08, road closure. We'll start out with CAO on this one.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is a first reading and setting up a public hearing for May 10th, 2021 at 1 o'clock. So I'll ask Director Chant if he wishes to say anything to this. As I said, this is first reading. It's a typical bylaw road closure.
Thank you through the chair. No, I have nothing really to add to this, as it is just first reading for council to give consideration for this road closure and set a public hearing date.
Excellent. All right, who would like to make the motion for first reading, please? Councillor Harper?
I move that road closure bylaw number 2021-08 be given first reading.
Excellent, thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Yeah, and I'm just, sorry, trying to read that at the same time here. Public hearing by, yeah, okay. All right, so, Lori, comments, questions, concerns? Yes, Councillor Ryan.
Mostly just a comment. Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to see when it comes back to council, if we can actually see pictures, because I have no idea exactly what we're talking about for this road closure. Exactly how much space we're taking up with the road closure. So I would like to see images come to us for a clearer picture and a clear understanding. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Any other comments, questions, or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. All right, may I have a motion to set the public hearing? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Worship. I move that council sets Monday, May 10th, 2021 at 1 p.m. in council chambers as the date, time, and place for a public hearing on bylaw number 2021-08.
Do we have Zoom in there? Virtual?
I sent a quick message in the chat just to add the word virtual publication.
Yeah. So
I will amend.
Okay, very good. Already comments, questions, concerns regarding the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries as well. Excellent. All right, let's move along. Item 6A, spring budget adjustment and capital projects MSI. Straight to Director Linderman.
Yes, thank you.
So this is being brought back. It was presented last Monday at PMP, and since that date, there has been one change. We received notification from ATCO, decrease to the 2021 franchise fee that was forecasted. So this is a decrease of $35,600, and this brings our total increase in revenue down to $277,122. There was no changes to the expenses, so that leaves the total remaining revenue down to $182,295.
Okay. Thank you very much. I guess we'll just go straight to questions first and comments and get some debate going on it, and then we'll look at the motions after that. My very first question is, how did ATCO have a decrease in gas usage, or how is it that this has decreased $35,000?
It had to do with rebates that they were giving in response to COVID.
Oh, okay.
So they were seeing a decrease in what their forecasted franchise fee would be.
Okay, so they gave our residents in the town of Olds rebates, or businesses in our town rebates?
Let me reread the letter and I will get back to you immediately.
But that would be the case because this is our franchise fee, and so the rebates would have come to our residents, I would believe. But
as long as
get a rebate.
Encompassing Alberta-wide rebate that was given not to specifically our residents, then yeah, and that's all right. But maybe some pushback or some clarification to make sure.
Mm-hmm. I can read it to you if you'd like.
Yes, please do.
So there's numerous factors that routinely impact the forecast given in any given year. We wanted to highlight a couple specific elements. ATCO undertook an initiative to mitigate the rate increases for 2021 for our customers and families and businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic. We were successful in implementing a rate relief program. So that deferred the distribution base rate increases at the beginning of 2021. So this deferral will result in a delayed timing for the collection of these rate increases, which will be partially collected in the latter half of 2021 to help mitigate the hardship on Alberta end user customers. While this rate relief causes a temporary reduction in the forecast for 2021, that reduction was partially offset by an increase to the flow, transmission rates, and higher usage due to cold weather. And that's all they have said.
We had 1 week of cold weather. Okay.
Well, maybe 2, but yeah.
But I just have to go with what they've given me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. We just wanted to make sure that our residents and businesses benefited from the reduction in their collection, and it kind of sounds like it's province-wide. So
Yeah, I think it was everyone.
it was everyone. Okay, so fair enough. And as long as they're reducing, I would imagine every municipality got a letter very similar. So, Mr. Merritt, you had your hand up there, or did that encompass it?
That encompassed the what I was going to say.
Okay. Alrighty, let's jump into regular debate then. Councillor Ryan, I think I have first.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. I did ask at PNP with regards to the RCMP contract. I wanted to find out how much money in total that we've set aside for that, and also how many years worth of increase would we be doing, like retroactive pay is it involving, and get an idea of how much money we should have set aside. So Sheena, I don't know, sorry, Director Lindeman, I don't know if you've been able to get all that information or not.
So we just started putting away in 2020 was our first year. So we have 30,000 in that reserve right now.
Okay.
We do have in this 2021 budget another 30,000, I believe, 60,000. So that will bring us to 90 at the end of this year. The last forecast I received, it was around 200,000 that we will be responsible for. And I believe they started negotiations in 2017 is what it goes back to.
Okay, thank you very much, because I would like to see us top this up and cover it, because I don't think we should be kicking it down the road to future councils. I think we should put the money aside. We have the money right now, and you know, we didn't expect this money, and I don't think we should just spend it on whatever. I think we need to really, I know that we've put 60,000 aside, but I do think we need to top it up to the 200,000 limit and be proactive in this manner and not kick the can down the street to the next council.
Very good point. Thank you very much. I have Councillor Overwater, then Thompson.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Ryan there. I know I did bring this forward a couple of years ago about topping this up after a webinar I was on about the RCMP going back in topping up the wages because of their contract. So I do agree with Councillor Harper. I think we should top it up to where we think it should be, or Councillor Ryan, pardon me. And then it's there. We know it's there. We've got our money put aside. We're being fiscally responsible instead of us saying, okay, where are we going to come from? You know, what are we going to cut? Where are we going to get this money from? So I think, in my opinion, I think we should top it up to where we think it should be. And if it's bringing it up to 200,000, then that's what we do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson, then Harper.
Yeah, I agree. I think the number is $110,000 then roughly that needs to be allocated to this. And again, recognizing this is catch-up dollars required to for RCMP pay. Yeah, it would make no sense to cause future council to look after this when we can look after it today.
Yes, Director Linderman.
I just have another note. So we budget the 1.26 million for the RCMP contract. Another thing would be if we come in under budget to allocate that to reserve. which I believe Director Andrew is thinking we will be under budget, if you want to speak to that.
Yes, thank you. The one piece when RCMP members that we have contracted or budgeted for are off on any type of a leave, whether it's maternity, paternity, or illness or injury, then when they are off the roster, then that comes off of our bottom line or our budget. And so then we see a lower than budgeted amount invoiced at the end of the year. The information that we do have is that, you know, there are always a variety of these positions that are in that state of being not charged due to different circumstances, including the hire of the new sergeant position. The indication that we have is that it may not likely be filled immediately like we want. Now that could happen, but it's very unlikely given COVID right now. So there is that to consider. And last year we were under budget. I don't have that number in front of me, but it was substantially under for those reasons.
Director Linderman, would you have that number? Just to give us an idea where we're at there.
We were about 55,000 under budget in the RCMP contract.
Okay, so I have Councillor Harper, and then I think it's Councillor Overwater, then Ryan.
Other way.
Ryan first.
Councillor Harper.
You guys.
Thank you very much. I do agree that we need to top this up some more. We can't just rely upon, you know, possible savings in the RCMP budget for 2021. All it takes is 1 or 2 incidents, and RCMP overtime can be tremendous. And I think Fire Chief Andrew will be able to concur with that. It only takes 1 or 2 incidents for RCMP to be doing lots of overtime for us. So I would say at least take 50% of the projected 50% of the 182,000 and put it towards RCMP and put it into that reserve.
Okay, well, as Councillor Thompson just pointed out, with this year's budget allotment, we're still only $110,000 short. And if there's an anticipated overage on the budget number of, let's pretend like it's like last year, $50,000, maybe we should look at putting 60 more away of that 182,000. And then if we're off a little bit, then we're only out $60,000. Director Linderman?
Yep, I was just going to say we do also have a general operating reserve of 2.1 million.
Happening for that too. Yeah, no, I know. I think we do need to put the lion's share of this anticipated bill away, but I think there's a couple other avenues that we can have, and if more of this 182 finds its way into the tax stabilization fund or tax stabilization reserve or a general operating reserve, then that money is still there. It's just maybe not allocated directly to that. But Councillor Ryan and then Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to go along with what I said at the very beginning, and that is to top it up to the $200,000. We have the money right now. We can't count on vacancies not being filled or people being away. We can't count on that. You don't budget on that. You budget the full amount and you hope, you know, that you're going to be able to match that because you, like you say, overtime, right? So I think we should put away the whole amount of money, put away the 110,000. The rest of the money, the other 72,000 could go into the tax stabilization fund. And that way we are covering ourselves for a rainy day.
Councillor Overwater, then Thompson, then Bennett.
Thank you, Worship. To Director Andrew, you said, or maybe it was Director Linderman, somebody said last year there was about a 55,000 that was probably like not used, a savings. So when you have that, does it go into a reserve? Is there a cap on that reserve? Or like, okay, so we're not spending 55,000 of what we budgeted. Where does that money go?
So any surpluses would go first to the tax stabilization reserve, but it does have a max set on it. And then after that, they go to the general operating reserve.
No, but you said in the police budget.
So that it's all one pot at the end of the day. The surplus is the total surplus of the whole organization.
Okay, so it's just not RCMP.
No, we don't separate it.
I need to stick with my same thing as Councillor Ryan. I think we take the 110, we put it in the reserve, and that's where it stays until we get told how much we have to pay.
I have Councillor Thompson, then Bennett, then Blatz.
Yeah, I think Councillor Ryan was wise in her comments. I mean, if we have extra monies that are saved from this year, that's why we debate these things next year, right? What we're debating right now is the money that was saved from last year. So I would rather not spend next year's savings. I'd rather look after today's bills with today's money. So let's top it up properly and not dream of money that may or may not be there.
Fair enough. Councillor Bennett.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Ryan, and I agree that the 110 should be put in. And if there is overtime to come, then it will come out of the reserve, general reserves, to cover that portion. So I'm in for 110.
Lots.
I was like gambling. I'm in for 110.
No, I concur. I think we need to top it up to the 110. I don't think that we can leave this, at least then we know it's taken care of. Then we're not basing it on any guesstimations or anything that could potentially go right or wrong with our budget. We just know the money's there and it's put away. It's a choice we don't have, folks. We have to do it. Yeah.
Fair enough. I think that issue is probably settled. Consensus is there, so we'll move 110 of the 182 over to the RCMP fund, and then that'll have us 200 at the end of the year. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So that leaves us 72,295 that we need to find a home for. All right, so let's talk about that. Are we discussing rebates to resident or non-resident, or what are we doing? Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, didn't we sort of kind of beat this to death, saying that, you know what, are we going to subsidize the provincial government? I mean, it's their money that we're subsidizing. It's their expense that we're subsidizing. Is that something that we want to do?
Councillor Thompson, then Harper.
The discussion was that unfortunately our business community is going to be hit with some taxes from the provincial government, and our residential community is going to have be in a different situation. And so by taking these monies and providing a rebate, we're really doing it off the backs of the residents for the non-residential. And ultimately, it's a 1% rebate that doesn't amount to a lot to the individual. I respect that every dollar counts for every person, absolutely. But really, it's just a money giveaway in an election year, and I don't think it's the right optic.
What are you saying? I'm not understanding what you want to say there.
Says no to the rebate.
Oh, okay.
Okay, my line of thinking is that it's all one taxpayer. folks. We lose sight of that sometimes. Even if the provincial government is downloading more onto through our system onto residential and non-residential, they're all ultimately at the same time. They're all the same people. I know our non-residential sector is glaringly been hit with the COVID stuff just in the past week. We've seen the uproar and the real possibility of losing some of these businesses. 1% amounts to $31,000, and funny enough, that almost equals to the penny 2% rebate for the non-residential. I think a non-residential rebate will filter into keeping people's jobs, so that'll help the the residential people. So I would the non-residential. We'll have discussion. Harper, and then I believe Thompson.
So I need clarification from Director Linderman. Is Mary, you're saying that if we had how much money, that it was 2% to the non-residential?
We have 72,295. If we take that 182,295 in the middle of the first page there, or the second page.
Yeah, you've already given 110 away.
So we take the 110 out of that for the RCMP.
Yeah.
That leaves us 72,295. Then if we look on page 59 that somebody has up on the screen, 2%.
It could actually increase the size to more than 70%. I can read it.
The 2% non-residential rebate would be 31,719. So that'll be
times 2.
$63,000 of that 72 if we did a 2% rebate to non-residential.
And only to non-residential.
Well, again, non-residential helps with the residents.
Yeah, no, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because the business community has been hurting
Massively.
and we've done what we could for
their success
and everything.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you off there. I think it was Councillor Blatz next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I want to go back because I made the comment last time that we have one ratepayer in this province, and that's us, whether it's federal or provincial. And I understand the businesses, and I have great deep sympathies right now for all businesses, but we've also got residential people that are hurting, and people that are without jobs, and people who have not had any reprieve on anything and are running out of now any kind of government funding as far as EI or CERB or anything else. So I think we need to be very conscientious in how we do this. And if we're going to give a rebate to only business, I don't think that sends a good message. I think if we're going to give a rebate, it has to be to both residential and non-residential. And that's my opinion.
Well,
and I agree with what everyone said to date so far. I mean, it is,
if
we are just covering up what the provincial government's downloaded as far as the education tax. But I think that we have to remember we have two different kinds of citizens in town, residential and non-residential, when it comes to taxpayers.
If we were to give a rebate to both, that would be $96,000. And we have 72 left in the pool, so we could dip a little bit tax stabilization fund to do that. 20,000-ish there. Councillor Ryan first, and then we'll go back to Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had mentioned when we first started talking about rebates about being fair to both residential and non-residential, including them both in a rebate. So I agree with what Councillor Blatz just mentioned. And, I also agree with what Councillor Woodard said with regards to the province. I mean, we're covering up the province's big increase in education tax, and maybe we shouldn't be doing that. But if we put the money into our tax stabilization, we're helping all taxpayers at some point, because later on when we do the next budget or when the next council does the next budget, there's money there to shield a bit of the burden or the pain that might be coming our way at the end of the year. So I think I would rather just see the money go back into the tax stabilization and help all of the taxpayers that way.
We'll go to Mr. Merritt and then to Councillor Thompson.
Tina, is our tax stabilization funded now with?
Actually, no, thanks.
You got him? Thank you.
Did you hear me? Because I heard somebody else's voice.
I just heard someone else.
I think it's Mr. Wright.
Okay, because I was just saying that I thought that our tax stabilization was fully funded.
It is right now at the max as per our policy.
Got 284,000 in it or something.
Yeah, and so we keep it, our policy is 3% of the annual revenue. So it'll be topped up again here when we are finished with the 2020 audit to the 2020 max, and then it will be fully.
Well, we can.
Okay, thank you.
General operating funds for now, because we are, I'm going to push council to do a rebate program for restaurants and gyms once we have a town hall meeting. So maybe we'll have those funds available in that venue for something to do for those particular businesses that have been hit even harder. So what's the consensus? Do we want to put it into operating fund, then top it up once the audit's done, the tax stabilization? Or do we want to offer a rebate today to everybody? Councillor Blatz was next, then Thompson.
Well, we've been discussing a 2% rebate. What would be wrong with doing a 1% rebating, put the remainder into general reserve for this year if we've already topped off our tax stabilization?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Lindeman, a 1% both residential and non-residential will cost $96,000-ish.
Yeah, so then you'd have to pull from the reserve.
From the reserve.
Okay.
We decided.
I'm sorry, you may have said that earlier. I could have lost that. Sorry.
Sorry, no, that's all right. And then if we target and help restaurants and gyms in particular, then that'll be a further dip into the tax stabilization fund. So I'm okay with today putting the 72 into operating. And then when we get the audit done, we'll know how much we'll be able to top up the tax stabilization fund. And then we'll also know by then how much we want to, if any, again, it's a will of council, give to restaurants and gyms. Councillor Harper. Oh, I think Thompson was first and then Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I believe the debate last week or the discussion was, we made a lot of tough decisions at budget time. And it's nice to have this little bit extra money that came from assessment. But I don't really feel like we should just, give it away to one group or the other. So I appreciate the idea that it would be more thought out. And if there's a strategy to support business where we can see versus just sending everybody, a small amount of money. When you divide it by the number of businesses we have in the community, it's not a lot. I think we can use the money, we can invest it in our business or in our community wiser. So I appreciate those comments.
Councillor Bennett.
No, I was going to say that I think we should put into reserves for now and then discuss later.
I agree.
Councillor Harper.
What I would like to say is and I do appreciate Councillor Thompson's comments, because it'd be very interesting to hear what our citizens have to say in our business community during a town hall meeting.
Yeah.
And so let's think hard and wise about this. We don't have to rush and spend it.
No, true enough. And it's sitting in reserves, and we can make the decree a little later on once we have more information. That seems to be the general consensus.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have the $110,000 going to the RCMP reserve. And then the remaining $72,295 to operating reserve until we find out what our tax stabilization reserve can be. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
All right, then let's have a motion. So the motion presented, Director Linderman, that's still
Yes, that is our budget.
is our budget. Okay. So somebody like to make that first motion on page 42? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approves the adjustments to the 2021 approved operating budget in the amount of $277,122 for a total operating budget of $30,688,823 as presented.
Excellent. All right, questions, comments, concerns on that motion?
We don't have to say what we said what we're going to do.
Maybe if you say as amended, and then
Yeah.
Mark would pick up those two items.
Certainly, I can do that friendly amendment. Yep.
Okay, good. So as amended?
Yep.
Yeah, questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the votes. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Very good. Let's move along to capital. Director Linderman.
So what is presented today in your agenda has not changed at all since last Monday.
Well, that was short and sweet.
Yeah, we'll keep it at that.
All righty. So let's discuss. I think seeing how there wasn't a whole bunch of discussion, it looked like it was something that was reasonable. So unless somebody else has any comment or question or clarification for administration, I'll ask somebody to make that motion. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approves the adjustments to the 2021 approved capital budget in the amount of $4,208,319 for a total 2021 capital budget of $12,684,919 as presented.
Thank you very much. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none at all, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. Very good. Let's move right along. Item 6B, we have a proclamation of National Day of Mourning, CAO.
I just want to thank Sheena for all the work she's done on the budget and the adjustments. And this was all done through a COVID situation. And I think we've ended up in a very good situation in the town of Hull. So thanks to Sheena and the directors and staff for putting this together. So I didn't want that to go unnoticed. The next item is a proclamation for a National Day of Mourning. And I'll ask Debbie Rogers, our manager of HR, to speak to this item.
The Workers' Compensation Board.
Can't hear you.
Have to speak
Hear me now?
a little bit louder.
Okay, can you hear me?
There, that's better.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. The Workers' Compensation Board recognizes National Day of Mourning on April 28th. Every year on April 28th, we pay our respects and remember thousands of workers who've been killed, injured, or suffered illnesses as a result of work-related incidents. Sadly, Alberta lost 150 people to workplace injury or illness in 2020. On April 28th, we remember and take a moment to honor lives forever changed. This is a request for Council to proclaim April 28th, 2021 as National Day of Mourning.
Excellent. Thank you very much. May I start with a motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that April 28th, 2021 be proclaimed National Day of Mourning in the town of Olds.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. It's good to recognize this particular initiative and that we remember the individuals who've lost their lives on the job, because as we found out through the pandemic, pretty much every industry is a completely necessary industry. So nobody should be left unappreciated. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question to administration. Have we had any, lost time accidents or anything like that? Or I know as you go along, if you don't have any accidents or any claims, I mean, that gives you a higher notch on the WCB belt. So have we had any accidents of such?
CAO?
I don't have the exact numbers. I just know that in the past 3 years, we are on a downward trend to basically get almost significant rebates back from the WCB. Yeah. So we have had, with our health and safety program fully entrenched, it has been a very good trajectory. We haven't eliminated absolutely to zero, but it has gone in an exceptionally good direction.
That's awesome. Thank you.
All right. So if there's no other questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, so we have eliminated 6C. So the next item on our list is the Farm Center Safety Smarts Program. And I'll ask Director Merritt, or CAO Merritt. Councillor Ryan.
Yes, you forgot item 6C that was added to the agenda by Councillor Harper.
Well, that goes underneath. I have it under this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to quickly hand this off to Director Wagstaff to speak to. So thanks, Director Wagstaff.
And this is a fairly straightforward one. In the past, Town of Olds has, as a corporate entity, we've taken a lot of pride in the fact that we're an agricultural community and that our community does go beyond our municipal borders that are recognized. And so as a community, we have kids that live in town, kids that live on farms, kids that live on acreages, and that are visiting the farms in our area. So we've always taken great pride in the fact that we are, agriculture. So this is one of the initiatives that's been on for, many years, that it helps teach safety to where it can have the most impact at a leverage point, and that's the young people in our community, so that it protects them while they're young, but also instills, safety measures that are going to last them a lifetime. We have done in the past a small donation to this group that, it provides this safety message to our schools. They have visited schools in our local area, which include Equal Olds Elementary. Sorry, it is in the, I just lost it here. Equal Olds Elementary, Olds Koinonia Christian School, Olds Mountain View Christian School, and Reed Ranch School. So they have touched us locally. Unfortunately, 2020 sent them for a little bit of a loop, but like many organizations, they've pivoted in a return in 2021 to be able to have some alternative delivery. So before you today is a donation to the Farm Safety Center for Safety Smarts.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Director Wagstaff. May I start with a motion, please, Councillor Harper?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I move that Council approve a sponsorship of $250 to the Farm Safety Center Safety Smarts Program as a one-time contribution, with future funding decisions made year to year. And I believe that this program benefits all students within our area.
All right, any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, let's move along now. We have the added item of Highway 27 road. I believe that was Councillor Overwater.
Harper.
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 Councillor Harper.
So through you, your worship, to our CEO and other administrators, the concern about Highway 27 at the railroad tracks. I think at very least the town of Lowell should take some spray paint and make people aware that Highway 27 right at the railroad crossing is actually quite dangerous for vehicles, and work with Alberta Transportation or whoever was responsible for changing the road that created such a terrible bump.
Green.
CAO or Director, who would like to go first?
No, I'll let Director Chant speak to this item. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Director Chant.
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, right from the morning that this opened up, with that pavement repair. So at midnight it was finished, and the first thing when it crossed the next morning, phones were buzzing through transportation and Focus Devon and us as well. So just as again, it's a provincial highway. If we start going on there and doing markings of our own, we're taking responsibility and we're owning it in that aspect. But as a quick update, as of this afternoon, as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, April 15th, CP Rail will be conducting a mill and overlay and making a better transition. So in saying that is, so we're working with transportation and CP Rail and behind the scenes of, getting this crossing smoothed out. The way they left it is, everybody can agree this was horrendous. In engineer tech Ben McPhee, he made contact with his counterpart. I followed up with making contact with my counterpart, both in Alberta Transportation, to voice our concerns over this highway being through town. So this was the actions that have come up as of this afternoon. So they're going to do a temporary overlay on this, and they're saying within 12 months, they're going to come back and redo the whole crossing at that time. But in the meantime, is to do a better transition. So that's the best we can do right now. Is Thursday, April 15th there's work going to be done.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Volker Devon did put up bump signs. They've done their, I guess, whether you spray painted orange or stuff like that, they've put up bump signs, which I feel is bringing awareness to the people driving it.
Okay. Councillor Overwater, then Blatz.
Thank you, Worship. I mean, okay, let's face it. What were they thinking? Like, who did this? The train people did it, or the transportation did it? Because that is totally unacceptable. I mean, I've gotten phone calls like people are almost having accidents there. I mean, they can't leave that for 12 months. And what do they mean by a transition? Like, what really does that mean?
So the next morning, if I may, through the chair, the next morning when we phoned up Volker and transportation, so CP Rail left it that way. They had to dig up the entire crossing to replace the wires to go underneath to the crossing arms. Basically what was happening was the trains were coming along and they weren't activating the lights or the crossing arms. So a huge safety issue coming through town when the barriers don't come down along Highway 27. So the first and foremost was to get that fixed. So they dug up the whole crossing to put in new conduit or new wires to each side to get those crossing arms done. But yeah, the next morning after they were done, they told us that was the way it was going to be left for a year. Needless to say, the phone calls that Ben and I both had with our counterparts were fairly direct and to the point. There wasn't a lot of sugarcoating or political smoothness said on that. So so this is what they've worked with, because basically it is CP Rail's it is CP Rail's responsibility to smooth this out, as they're the ones that did the repair. So
but at the end of the day, Scott, at the end of the day, I mean, we need to be phoning, whether it's municipal affairs, whether it's Department of Transportation, Rick McIver. This is unacceptable for our residents.
So basically where we're at now is that we have an answer that on the 15th, they're going to fix this. Yes, you're correct. Is if we hadn't got this response, we're writing up going to have a briefing note written up for the mayor to have some marching orders to Edmonton.
Yeah.
Probably about one of about 5 briefing notes that the mayor will need to pack a suitcase and go have a chit chat with some people in Edmonton. But so all we can do is we're trying to get answers right now. When they talk about doing a transition and making it better, we're trying to get firm answers right now. What is that? You know, are they going back 10 feet? Are they going back 50 feet and making this smoother? Or so Ben's working on that right now to get that clarity on what this fix is. And
it's quite laughable, really.
And our mayor is not off the hook for having to make a phone call to the ministry yet.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They should be so embarrassed by that product that they decided they finished with. You know, I would do a better job, and I don't know what I'm doing as far as paving.
The issue is they raised the train tracks 8 inches. You know, and yeah, 8 inches with a taper of, 3 feet on each side was it's a launch pad.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, and I would suggest our mayor be talking to CP Rail. They have a community person.
I have Councillor Blatt. Sorry, it's almost 7 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was next in line.
Yes.
I totally concur. I mean, it's awful. It's terrible what people are doing. And when they hit that, because if you're going your 50 or 60 clicks down the road and you hit that, it's almost like you're airborne in either direction, which is unfortunate. But I want to ensure that you do have an opportunity to follow up on this, Your Worship, to the higher ups if we can, to reinforce our displeasure with the whole process and how this has been handled. And I also think it would be very good and in our best interest to also go forward to do some kind of a media or news announcement to state that it is being looked into, and it is not something that we as a council or our administration or operations department is ignoring. Yeah. And I think that we need to do some kind of even a did you know or whatever we have to do. I think we need to follow up on it.
The very next morning, we did put blasts out on social media of this, like that same morning. We didn't wait. It was we know that it's a road through our town, and everybody was going to blame us, and so yes, through Director Wagstaff and his team got some key messages out on social media like immediately.
May I suggest to everybody we wait till the 15th and see what the patch looks like? And then if it's not acceptable at that point, I'll be on the phone to Mike Lavecchio at CP and Rick McIver instantly. If what they call the fix is not acceptable, like I'm stunned that they walked away from that and left it thinking it was going to be okay. Surely they would have had to drive their vehicles over it, and good God, excuse my language. I think, does anybody, I had Councillor Thompson, then Ryan, then Overwater or Bennett. And so Councillor Thompson, I think, was next.
Thanks, Your Worship. And actually, I can make it quick. I was just going to thank staff for communicating I would call it the Thelma and Louise Durop, or the Dukes of Hazzard Ramp. Because my wife came home talking about it and I went to social media and it was there. So thanks to the staff for being proactive and communicating the challenge.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to concur there with Councillor Thompson. But also, I think we need to have just a little bit more warning on that, because that little bump sign doesn't really cut it. Because I went over it the first morning and I was like, so it was my vehicle was launched. It was quite startling. So I don't think that bump sign is very visible and very telling of exactly what's going on in that little spot there. I don't know if we can put out as a caution with the bump sign or something. I don't know. Maybe Volker Stevens would know, but yeah, it's pretty bad.
I understand spray painting will make us own it, but would a couple temporary signs a little bit closer to the intersection, say on Preferred Pharmacy side and the liquor store side, right adjacent to before it goes over, bump signs there, Director Champ?
Yeah, I don't want spray painting, but maybe
No.
Volker Stevens can actually put in better signage.
Yeah, I'll have Ben connect with Volker Stephen to get them to put the signage out. It's their road and they work with AT on it. So yeah, we'll portray that to them.
Excellent.
Relay the message onto them, put it that way.
Thank you, Scott.
CAO, did you have a comment in there?
You're on mute. Administration did what it was supposed to do. We met at 9 o'clock that next morning to discuss this, how we were going to approach it, which was also to include the mayor and council into a response if we were not getting anything from transportation and CP. And as Director Cantus indicated, he did get some direction that it's going to hopefully be resolved and that we will continue to do what we need to do. I do think we should be voicing our concern that this was left the way it was to both parties, the province and to CP, just to ensure that no matter if it's totally resolved on Thursday, it did create an issue, an unexpected issue to many residents and visitors to our community.
An issue that probably could have fairly easily been resolved with some proaction. Councillor Overwater, then Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have some very visible signs both ways on both sides of the street, because it is quite a nightmare when you think, okay, I got a little bump over a train track. Well, this is airborne for sure. And I really hope we can get, more than one or two little signs. I hope we have some bigger signs of caution, bump, rough road, whatever. Scott.
All right. Councillor Ryan.
Your Worship, I guess to Director Chant, also when you're having a conversation with them, they said this is I don't know whether it's going to be a temporary measure. Would you classify it as temporary? I don't know, but I mean, I would hope that if it degrades during the next year after they do this sort of repair, that we can go back to them and say, hey, whatever fix you made isn't working and you better come back and fix it again. I want to make sure it's going to be maintained and kept great.
Yeah, through the chair and that's what we're trying to figure out with the next steps is when you talk about, they're going to come back next year and do, work on the crossing, and are they going to redo the crossing? All of those questions we're asking right now is, why did you raise it up 8 inches? Is it going to go back down to, the previous grade? Are you going to build up, now you're going to build up Highway 27? Because really to do a good job, you're going back to the entrance of 49th Ave and 50th Ave to build that entire highway up to match that grade. So is that what they're doing, or are they going to lower? So we're trying to get those answers at the same time as well to like fill us in. You told us nothing other than gave us a half day's notice of that you're doing a complete shutdown on Highway 27 without even notification to any of our emergency services personnel. And it's like, and the CP rail will do what we need to do. It's, so we're working on it, trust me.
And we'll fashion proper responses depending on what happens on the 15th.
Yeah, so like I said, the mayor will still be making those phone calls, but see how the 15th goes.
Just make sure we get an update from both of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if I can inject a little bit of humor to it, you can remind CP Rail that Olds has a deep and long history about railway crossings in our community.
I believe there was a war.
There was the coal robbery.
There was a battle.
Battle of Olds. It's back on again.
And with COVID, there's a lot of people that aren't very happy anyway, so
Yeah, exactly.
it may turn into something worse.
This put them over the edge.
Exactly. Okay, unless there's anything else, I'd take a quick motion to accept the report. Councillor Hart.
I'll make that motion.
All right. Questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Excellent. All right. So that brings us to correspondence and information. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's one correspondence, and this is from the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation. It's in a response to a letter from you and Council in regards to our business community and how they are basically being impacted by COVID-19, and especially the closure of the businesses at certain times or the restrictions. And this is their response to us. Again, it's a continuation of Manifolds Council's I guess, commitment to our business community to see it thrive and to survive this COVID-19 situation. And this is just another response that we took action on it. So you took action.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the letter? Councillor Blatz.
Well, I will make the motion to accept it for correspondence, but I just do have one question in regards to that. Underneath the list of correspondence and information presented, it says that item A is a municipal government board annexation of the Mountain View County land.
Yes, and that is a certain thing that we certainly did respond to. I think it was included in a different correspondence.
Right.
We basically have done. We've sent our annexation request to the province, the MGB, to hear it. So I didn't want to speak to that, but the one correspondence we had was from Minister Schweik.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification on that. So then I'll make the motion that that the correspondence and information report ending April 12th, 2021 be received for information.
Well, is this as amended? Because that really.
As presented?
As amended.
As amended? Okay.
Yep. Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Blatz, questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? All right. That brings us to a couple of closed sessions. So may I have a motion for to go closed for the first item? Councillor Overwater.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I move that we go into a closed session under FOIP Section 17 and FOIP Section 20. And who do you want to state?
EAO, who are we keeping for that one? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry, the first one is myself and Director of Protective Services, Andrew.
So CAO and Director Andrew and Council.
Yes.
Then, okay, so then we have the second one. So I'll call for a vote on this motion. All in favor? And opposed? So that motion carries. Now we have a second closed item. Who would like to make that motion? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we go into a closed session under sections 16, 25, and 27.
And at that one, we will have council.
All of council, the CEO, Director Wagstaff, Director Lindemann, our legislative clerk, as well as our communications.
Yes, perfect. All right, comments, questions, concerns on that? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. All right, so Mr. Fox, if we could put everybody into the waiting room. Call the meeting back to order. We have a rise and report from the closed session. Who would like to make that motion, please?
No, what was it?
Overwater? You don't remember?
What's it?
Direct the mayor to act as director.
As
discussed.
discussed.
I move to direct the mayor as discussed in closed session.
How's that?
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Motion is carried. And what does that mean?
Adjourn.
I don't know. What's that last word there, number 10? That's
Adjourn.
Counselor Overwater wants that one too. All right. Welcome to 7:30, folks. We're adjourned.
Mr. Merritt, you make that phone call.